All right. Am I live? Oops. Apparently I need a premium Twitter account, which I'm never on there, to go live on Twitter. And I don't care. Fine then, Twitter. I'm not paying for something I don't use, and I don't care. Neil, Mandy, hello. Let me know if you guys are still there or this is working. I believe it is. All right. I want to play some clips and then talk. What should I do? Talk about things or play clips? Let's play clips for content. Cassandra, hi. And then I will talk about them, and then we can talk about them. So let's start with Rogan and Bridget Phetasy, because it's fantastic. This little clip. Okay, we working. Everybody seeing this? Let's roll.
Number one thing that I've been most successful at, I had zero vision for. That's this.
Yeah.
Zero vision. When people are like, did you anticipate it was ever going to be the way it is? I'm like, no, never thought about it, never dreamed, never tried, just kept doing it. That's it.
Some of it too is just like consistency and right place, right time.
There's a lot of those things. That's why, like, I should believe in fate. I really should.
And you don't.
I don't.
What do you believe in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. If there's like, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's as simple as fate, because I don't think it's truly determined. I think there's possibilities, and these possibilities, they open up, and your energy and your thoughts sort of synchronize with these possibilities, and that's what excites you, and it expands, and then you follow up on your instincts and your like what's the correct way to approach this, and then you put more energy and more intensity into it, and then it all accelerates, and other people sort of join in, and you collect like-minded people that also have their thoughts and their energy, and they push towards this thing. And when you're doing it right, good things happen, and that's what I think it is. And so I should think it's fate. But I also think it's manipulation is not the right word. It's a synchronization with whoever you really are, like whatever your real thoughts are, whatever your real intention is, what you're trying to do.
I get
it's like
that.
This synchronization with all of it, as much as it is like a vision of like, we're gonna have the best comedy club in the world. Like, we didn't really think that.
No.
We thought we were going to just open up a club and let's hope it works.
Yeah.
My goal was like, let's not go broke.
Right.
All right. That's basically that one. I think, oh man, I mean, there's a lot in there. I think, and what's interesting is I think Rogan sees a lot of stuff that we talk about in this little corner. This is my like Simba becoming who you really are, and there's a synchronization, an integration. He's saying there's an integration of you, who you really are, your true self, and he'll get into this. There's a clip I'm going to play from his JVP conversation. I think it's in there. Maybe I don't have that one queued up. That's maybe another one that I should have queued up. What are the two that I queued up? I can't even remember. There's one on postmodernism, and there's one on, I forget that. It's in the notes, whichever things I queued up, but let's play those because it's an emanation and an emergence. So the emanation is the head, the mind, the spirit, and the emergence is the body. And those two things together are what a being is. Anything that is being is an emanation and emergence. An idea, Rogan will like a lot. He likes to talk about an idea. Where do ideas come from? Like, where are they? And he talks about the muse a lot. And he believes the muse is real. And if you act like the muse is real, there's a section in, it was this conversation with the lead singer of the Black Crowes, and it's wonderful. There's a little clip in there where he talks about, or the singer from Black Crowes, I don't remember his name, but he talks about how he thinks the muse is jealous and it's envious of your time. And he says he is afraid of making her jealous, because he's like, I think if she becomes jealous, she'll leave me. And so all his artistic prowess and artistic gift, he's like, he has to devote the time, ass in the seat, pen to paper, thinking, meditating, pursuing the muse, or else she'll leave him. And that's a little bit like Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 Hours, which he's kind of, I guess, apparently changed on. But it's like, it's initiation, it's participation. You are not going to become good at something without practicing it. There's a lot of Polanyi, learning to ride a bike, learning to swim, learning to have good conversations, learning to do anything. And this will get into one of the clips I'm going to play from Rogan or Jordan Peterson, I think, about ideas that I want to get into around academia, scholasticism, education. What is education? Peterson Academy, and potentially contrasting that with my understanding of personalist knowing and how we prioritize those things. But let's keep rolling onward. Okay, I have 2 clips here from the JBP conversation. I think I should have done more than that, because there's more in there, but these are just the 2 that I could remember and that I queued up. So are we working here? We are working. Let's go. This is the first one. I can't remember what it's about. Let's find out together.
Well, if everybody goes their own enlightened way, let's say there's no social cohesion, there's no unity of purpose, there's nothing but fragmentation. And part of the danger of the hippie movement in the 1960s was a counter-social fragmentation.
Right.
Now, so you can imagine, things get so constrained that everybody's exactly the same, and that's a complete totalitarian catastrophe. But you can imagine the opposite catastrophe, which is that, well, everyone's letting it all hang out and doing their own thing. And that's equally dangerous.
Right.
And so there's some balance in the middle. Well, that's that balance between chaos and order that we were referring to earlier.
It's also an ignorance of the structure that's involved in maintaining a society.
Definitely.
You need discipline, and people need to work to maintain the society that you enjoy, to be so free and to be a hippie.
Well, you can imagine that complex social order can be maintained by something like mindless obedience.
Right.
That's suboptimal. What you'd really want is enlightened responsibility.
Right.
Now,
That's a great way to put it.
Right. That's a very hard thing to pull off, though, because it means that you have to leap out of the box of social constraint, and you have to take the responsibility onto yourself. Now, that's a hell of a lot better if you can manage it, but that is definitely not what Kesey or Leary, for example, were preaching to the masses.
Is like an admirable thing that people just should aspire to.
It's the best possible. Okay,
yeah, it's the highest goal.
Let me give you another example of this, if you don't mind. I'm going to use another biblical story.
While you were biblicaling, the lights are flickering behind you, almost like God is interacting with us.
Funny part.
There's spirits in the room, Jamie.
The flickering light.
Have you noticed the light flickering? If you haven't noticed it, keep an eye on it.
Hopefully they're the right spirits.
Well, I think they always are.
Yeah. Well, in the story of Abraham is a...
They keep flickering. So he goes into the story of Abraham. Look, Rogan is he's like, you paying attention to this? There's one little thing to touch on in there. Who said this to me? Maybe it was Neil. Neil, was it you? You made a comment, I think, on the video talking about Rogan's, I think he has more of a nuanced view, but like his little rant on psychedelics in here and his trust in psychedelics, and talking about Brian Miraresco and ergot being in the wine jars, and the mushroom and the sacred cross or whatever, and that he essentially thinks that psychedelics were a big part of making human beings who we are, consciousness evolving. Yeah, the wrong spirit. Exactly. And because Rogan said, I think they're always the right spirits. Well, not always. I mean, in a sense, yes, they're always the right spirits, in the sense that, Job, and it's God sending the spirit to accost, who was in the Old Testament? The evil spirit. And there's, what is that quote that essentially, the sacred mushroom and the cross, essentially that the devil is a lackey of God, there's no spirit that has its own autonomous right to do whatever it wants. And so in that sense, there is no wrong spirit, and everything is under the sovereignty of God. But not all spirits are good. That's, I think, your point. So, but the main point of this clip was back to what Peterson said about totalitarian, when he said where everyone's the same thing, and it's overly authoritarian and totalitarian, it's a monolith, it's a cultural monolith, there is no multiplicity. That's essentially identical replicationism, which is what you get from the machine, it's what you get from a factory, it's what you get from systematic replication. It's Henry Ford. You get the same thing over and over and over, and you try to diminish. The whole point of that systematic stuff is you try to diminish difference, which is completely different from a actual body. And you could think of that as a biological organism, but any actual body, anything that is true, that truly exists, true being, is a unity of multiplicities. There is much difference within it. A body would not be a body. The hand is not the eye, is not the foot. If there wasn't a lot of difference, it wouldn't be a body and it wouldn't work. The humanity is not the Borg. And so this is the difference between what I thought this line was good, and so did Rogan. Enlightened responsibility versus mindless obedience. These are the two things. These are the two things that they talked about. So like mindless obedience, you could call it like acquiescence. It's just doing the things as a child. Not with a child mind, not like becoming a child again, learning to be like a child, like become like little children. You have to not be a little children to become like a little children. So you have to be wise as serpents, but innocent as doves. You have to have surpassed your childishness and then strive for a childlikeness. That's beginner's mind, falling off the peak of Mount Stupid, Dunning-Kruger. It's all of that stuff. And so you need an enlightened responsibility, and responsibility is key. This is something that came up over and over and over through the conversation with Peterson. Is all of these people that come up to Peterson, the one recurrent thing that everybody says that has been, when people are just like, you've been so affecting to me in my life and you've helped me, he says the common thread is taking responsibility. So you need an enlightened responsibility, not just doing things like a mindless drone because mom and dad said so, or some authority said so, or whatever. And there is a degree of fake it till you make it. There is a degree of, this is the men with chess. You learn through the doing. But the goal is the enlightened, the submission, not my will, but your will. Voluntarily giving up your will to get to something higher, to God's will, sacrifice. That's a repeated thing throughout all this thing. All right, onward. Let's go to the next clip. Let's see. 202, the Bridget Phetasy clip and this clip were both at 2 hours, 2 minutes. It's the golden hour and the golden minute. 202, 22. All right. Are we good to go? Here, we're going to rock. Let's rock and roll.
Because the classic therapist-produced view of mental health is that mental health is sort of inside you. You know, it's in your psyche, it's in your mind. But it's not. Like, your mental health is the harmony of your existence in relationship to the future and other people. Right? And that sense of well-being that can infuse you if you get the balance right isn't a reflection of the proper structuring of your function of your mind or your brain. It's a phenomena that emerges when everything is in its proper place and operating harmoniously. That's what you experience in music. Like, music represents that. Everything in its proper place. That's what Adam is called upon by God to do in the story of Adam and Eve. To subdue the world. Subdue. Everything in its proper place so that the whole structure operates in a harmonious manner. There's a much more expanded view of what constitutes mental health. Anyways, education should serve that, right? And so if you take the staff of Moses that's planted in a single place, the community grows around that. That's the same as the magic wand of Gandalf, that idea of a magic wand. It's the traditional ethos associated with transformation and sacrifice around which communities aggregate themselves. And a proper humanities and religious education inculcates that center structure so that knowledge can be organized around it. The last time we talked, I suggested to you that we see the world through a biblical lens. Literally see it. I mean, literally, it structures our perceptions. And I've investigated that far more deeply. And what seems to be the case with a corpus of stories like the biblical library is that if you know the stories, it structures your psyche so that you have a place to put information. And so that enables you to understand the current world and everything that's happening, but to place everything in the right context. And so the transmission of an unbroken cultural edifice, story-based edifice, is the manner in which you solve the alignment problem, unite your society, integrate your psyche, pursue what's meaningful, and protect yourself from chaos and anxiety.
All right, so I want to go back and play the beginning of this because that's the main point I wanted to say. Because I actually think the end of that clip is an area where I disagree with Peterson, and it's probably my biggest, it's still my biggest beef with, and propositionalism isn't even the right term, and confessionalism, it's part of it, but it's this deeper academic scholasticism, which is something that I wanted to touch on in this, and I'll talk about after this, but I want to go back and play the very beginning first clip because that was the main point that I liked, that I wanted to highlight. Okay, let's do just the very beginning.
Because the classic therapist-produced view of mental health is that mental health is sort of inside you. You know, it's in your psyche, it's in your mind, but it's not. Like, your mental health is the harmony of your existence in relationship to the future and other people, right? And that sense of well-being, that
so that's it. It's the harmony of your future self and your past self, all those different things, all the selves and other people. That's mental health. That's integration. It's the Whitestone name. It's emanation and emergence, the future and the past, all of it as one in the same unity. It's not just in your head. It's not just nominalism. It's not just in the idea space. It's everything. And this thing, he keeps saying it too, everything in its proper place. I just keep thinking, everything, everything, everything in its right place. I love Radiohead. So, I agree. That's the point I wanted to make there. But then, so Chad touched on this in one of his morning streams. I did not put that in the notes. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit, and I'll open this up. About Peterson University, education. Because even that tail end there, Peterson said, I have to think about this. And I'd like your guys' thoughts on this. I'm getting coughs. I need a cough button. Perception. The structures are perception. Perception is the structures. Now, there's this thing that I've been learning through this class training thing that I've been taking, that, how do they say it? Perception is reality. And I like that. I mean, that's a really Owen Barfield-y kind of idea. And it's the God of your own understanding. It's this, which you probably can't see, but each according to the dictates of his own conscience. Because how else could it be? His own conscience, his own perception, his own whatever. And I think that Peterson is saying he's so close. Like, I would agree. How long has that comment been up there? Sorry, Graham. You need 10 seconds of coughing branded to play when you cough. Wouldn't that just be more coughing? Which is probably what you're going for. Peterson will say things like he thinks we're on the end of the Enlightenment. He said that. I've heard him say that in a few podcasts recently. He said that on the end of Rogan. And I think it's true. But what is emerging is, this is connected to a little bit of like what, this is the honest postmodern critique that I'm not sure. I mean, I think Peterson understands a lot of it. I don't think that he fully gets it, because he wouldn't keep saying and doing the things that he's saying, and he wouldn't set up his Peterson Academy exactly in the way that he is. And granted, I don't think, and granted, he's doing the best that he can. And I don't know exactly what the answer is, but this goes back to the original Rogan clip of, he said vision, right? He said the thing that he was most successful at, and probably his greatest calling in life and vocation, because, okay, Rogan is I don't know how he would say it. He is a MMA commenter. He is a comedian, and these are his different jobs, right? Things that he does. And he's a podcaster. The thing that he is the best at, in my opinion, well, he's a pretty good UFC commenter, and he understands that stuff pretty well. But MMA commenter, but is his podcasting, is JRE. And he says specifically in that clip, the thing that he's most successful at, and I think in the proper terms of success, value. I have a good friend who's potentially listening who said a lot of vocation is about creating value. And if you know how to create value, and I think the muse brings value. Value is truth, goodness, beauty. It's probably the integration of truth, goodness, beauty, values, and then whatever you value is what's salient. It's what you pay attention to. It's relevance, realization, all that stuff. What you value, you'll pay attention to. And if you can create value for yourself and other people, that's a little bit of this enlightened responsibility that Peterson was talking about, where what's good for you is good for your family, is good for your kids, is good for your neighbors, your community, your state, your city, your world. It's good for everything. It scales. If you can create value, money, respect, everything else that you may think that you want, that you may try to get in a transactional, mammonistic way, will come. It will just happen. But if you try to get those things without creating value, you won't get anything. It's kind of like if you try to get the gifts that God will give you without pursuing God, you'll end up in debauchery and decay and worshiping the golden calf. It won't work. You won't set your mind is not set on the highest things. I don't know. A verse is coming to mind, but I cannot. Set your mind on things above, and all things will be given to you as well. Like that thing. And there's something, and Rogan said the thing that he's most successful at, where he created the most value, his podcast, he didn't see this is the problem. He didn't see in an articulable, clear, propositional vision kind of way, in a narratival way. Rogan could not have told you this story in advance because it didn't exist. He created it. Podcasting, he created. He would say he's not the king of podcasting. Who does he call the king of podcasting? I was just telling somebody this the other day. Adam Curry, I think. He calls the king, the granddaddy or whatever of podcasting. But he was one of the first, and he's the most successful. It's the biggest media in the world. And I was telling my wife this. It's related to TLC stuff, I think. Because 10 years ago, right? 10 years ago, I don't know. I forget the exact time. But 10 years ago, if you just said, like, everybody should be podcasting and you should start podcasting, people are like, that's stupid. Why would we podcast? It's just mainstream media. Try to get a TV show, try to get on the news, try to get whatever. But that was not the way that we saw value, because it didn't exist yet. It had no being. How did this thing that exists now, podcasting, long form conversations, how did it get being? Rogan, Peterson was trying to talk about this with Rogan. And this is what he gets at in Bridget Phetasy. It was a synchronization of all these different things that he could never name and articulate. It was the muse. It was doing the work. He just did this thing that he felt compelled to do for whatever reason. He thought it was fun. Like, to him, he would say that. It was just silly bullshitting. Him and Brian Redband would just get together, and Rogan would just talk to, that's the thing. He would talk to whoever he wanted to talk about. In the early days, a lot of them were just silly, hanging out with friends, but then he would talk to Rupert Sheldrake. He would talk to Graham Hancock. He would talk to, I don't know, like those guys were really early. I mean, he needs to get Rupert Sheldrake back on the podcast because he hasn't been on there forever. I think he's only had 2 appearances, but he was one of the early days ones. So was Graham Hancock. He had discussions with people that he wanted to talk about, and this thing slowly emerged, and podcasting has become what it is. And there's incredible money and value, and people try to mimic it and transactionally take advantage of it to get the minor gods instead of pursuing the thing that they should be pursuing, which is this mystical thing that you can't name that's out there. And so that's a lot of what TLC is. Like I've said, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the future, just like Rogan. I don't know what's going to be for 10 years from now. But this is connected a lot to like what Jordan Peterson talked about with his Peterson University, is he was speaking about, he said, it's become insolvent. The university system has become insolvent. Higher education has become insolvent. He's like, people pay $300,000 for an Ivy League education. And mainly it's about trying to meet a spouse where you can connect socially with people from, they can be filtered through all these different things, and you can try to find a mate to have kids with so that you can connect. And like the education is valuable, but what's the most part of it? And so Peterson, he said he's trying to do that through some social media stuff of online connecting these people. That's part of the educational thing. But what is the online space, the social media space, that the medium where people meet and find mates and have children, and it's primarily about persons via the randos and not primarily about ideas, not about minor gods and things underneath, but about the person, which is the nexus and the locus of all meaning and all value and all consciousness and all perception, because that's the double slit experiment, and consciousness and attention. And if a tree falls in the forest and anybody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? No, because the human being is the nexus and the locus of all meaning and all perception. What is the center of that 10 years? So like Rogan was the podcast, not the daddy, because that's Adam Curry, but he's become the most successful at that. What is the origin of an online space where people are truly known and seen, where you know as you are known? 1 Corinthians 8. Hopefully, in the best possible ways. I think that's here. And I don't know that it can be. Can it be replicated? I don't know. But this is part of like the educational model. So like what Peterson is doing, he thinks he can give the equivalent of a 4-year, college of liberal arts, whatever, bachelor's degree education in, I don't know what he said the time frame, what he thought he could do it, but he says he thinks he can do it for $2,000. That's all phenomenal. But my issue with this, so this gets to one of my issues with Peterson and with the Enlightenment and the scholastic West that I think is still connected into post cogito, I think therefore I am stuff, which makes me think of that great Sherry joke where it's just like, poof, he just ceased to exist because he's like, I don't know. Or whatever it was. I don't remember the joke. Exactly. I'm glad that I'm coming across clearly and truly. I can get away for $2,000. Yes. And and I want to engage with your comments, and I'll open this up when I finish this thought. This is a hard thing to articulate and to name, because in the articulating it, that's not, even if you could regurgitate and repeat all the things that I'm saying, and even if you understood them in your head, because mental health, again, isn't in your head. Either is knowledge. Knowledge isn't in your head. It is, but it's also in your body. This is why I say, like, you never know anything except through initiation. Like, you can't understand anything from outside. This is the problem with scholasticism, is you think you can educate people just through the ritual of sitting in an academic classroom and listening to people lecture about ideas. How does education happen? Is it primarily through ideas, or is it through personal knowing, which is the integration of all the P's? Participatory knowing, propositional knowing, perspectival knowing, and procedural knowing. The unity of those 4 P's is personal knowing, which puts the person at the center of knowledge. And knowing persons, not just that academically, you could take my personal knowing and understand it academically and not understand it personally because you don't know me. That's the difference. So you have to put the person at the center of knowledge, or else I don't think you're ever going to know as you are known. You're never going to get to that flippin' trailblazing genius, St. Paul, sorry, Jacob, in 1 Corinthians 8. Read all of 1 Corinthians. Dude, Captain Planet? I love you, Slack. I'm going to meet you. I'm coming. North Estuary, ho! Hacksaw Jim Duggan. North Estuary, ho! Also, when I do this, I can see up my nose, and that's gross. But hopefully I don't have bugs. All right. I don't need to keep riffing on that. I'm going to throw out the invite. And here's going to be a rule. If I can't see your face on the camera, and I can't trust you, I'm not going to get any peni on the screen, okay? This has been something that's been happening that I just think is gross and dumb, all right? You logged into VIP? I don't know what any of that is. Are you talking to me, Grim? Because I don't... Oh, VIP for the North Estuary. I got it. I think so. I mean, Nate sent me a link, and I think I am. I don't know about your party. I don't know that I'm going to be able to go to your party because I don't know that it's going to work out with time framing and stuff. Sunday, because that would just flights and coordinating with people and all that stuff. It might be a challenge, but Neil, you can come in here, my good friend. It's good to see you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good evening.
Buddy. Good evening. Oh, we get some Dumu.
Oh, I haven't talked to Jonathan in, it's been a couple of months.
Yeah, I've been meaning to catch up with you, Neil. How you been?
I've been good.
It's Bene. It's Bene-While.
Bene.
It's Bene. It's Bene-While.
You touched on a whole bunch of things I could.
Yeah, I did.
I'd want to talk about. One of them. So I've been so on this extended vacation. One of the things I've been doing is going through my old journal entries from like 6 years ago, the height of my angst, and I'm just reading over it and thinking to myself, like, man, I don't like this guy, like the person writing this journal 6 years ago. But it made me think about, in relation to what you're talking about, it made me think about how our sanity, did you say sanity, or just who we are is a outsourced and crowdsourced phenomena, that our mental stability or mental health is not, it's not housed here. You know, it's housed by...
Housed in many ways.
I've a clip of this. Peterson, he's been talking about this idea forever, right? He calls it the stock market of sanity. How sanity is not like a... Well, you're also talking about how like identity is also relational, right? But like he's long talked about how, like, you know, it's not... Sanity is not something you have just as a human. It's sanity is a social phenomena. Like, you have to be embedded in a community in order to be a human or something. Sorry to interrupt there.
No, so so one of my journal entries was on Charles Murray's Coming Apart. Have you read that, any of you?
No.
It's phenomenal. And Chad, actually, I would strongly recommend that one for an audiobook. It's the best thing I've read from Charles Murray. But
What is it again? Charles Murray what?
Charles Murray's Coming Apart, and it's written about maybe 8 years ago. It's about the separation of America into urban and suburban, rural, and that the migration. Yeah, the migration in the United States is mostly based around economic class,
Yes.
and it's also ideological. It's not so much, but it's mainly economic class. But anyway, so in Coming Apart, he defined. I have this written on my phone. He defined wellness, that most people's mental health or wellness is based on 4 factors. It's based on vocation, so that's your job or creative enterprise. It's basically how you define yourself in work. It's marriage, it's community, and it's religion. Those 4 things. So vocation, marriage, community, and religion. So what I did, this was like 6 years ago, when I read that, I rated myself in each of those categories, like how am I doing? And I was like a 10 out of 20. I won't give you my individual scores, but I was like a 10 out of 20. And now, in no small part due to TLC and this man right here, but also this man right here and that man right there, and in no small part, I am now a 16.5 out of 20, and I'm grateful to all of you for offshoring my sanity, and I'm a more sane man as a result. So thank you. Anyway, so real quick, vocation, marriage, community, religion. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, keep your legalism to yourself, Neil. I don't want the blame for that. Yo,
Well,
I don't have much time. I'm gonna
Go.
listen, but I just wanted to pop in to say I love all of you. You're my favorite people, and gotta pack and leave for a birthday trip with my wife. But saw y'all on, and I was like, gotta hop in. Don't know what we're talking about, but I'll catch up and
Hey,
leave
bro,
some dumb
tell
comments
Wifey
in
I said, what's up?
All right, bye, y'all.
Bye.
Yeah, it's funny. So McMo says you're all, I don't know. McMo, no judge, but I don't know that we should all be your favorite people. I love that you love us. That's great. But it's just like, there is something, Steel Manning, McMo's compliment. I've been missing these because I can't, and part of it is this initiatory, is that a word? This initiation and participation in this space. You can't have these conversations with anywhere else. And I know this, like even when I go to North Estuary, whatever, like there'll be Jonathan Peugeot, there'll be all these big wigs there, the big shots. And like, that'll be cool. I'll maybe get to meet them and hang out with them. I want to hang out with you people that are there. Like I would way rather hang out with Chad than Peugeot. No cap.
Wait, I want to know if Jonathan and Michael and also Aaron, but hey, Aaron, we've never met, but are you 3 going to Northwest Estuary?
Right now, no. I really want to, though. I've been like increasingly as it gets closer. You know, the FOMO is just increasing, and I really want to go, especially because it's named like Face to Face, which is like I'm all about that. And you know, I keep hearing that all these people in my consciousness Congress are going to be there, and it's like, man. And also I have a buddy who usually lives on the West Coast. He's over here right now, but that would have been it would be nice to go visit his home area. He lives in the area. I don't know, maybe I'll have to try and finagle something.
Yeah, good to meet you, Neil, first of all. But I'm unfortunately based in the Netherlands, so that's going to be very difficult to make the trip.
I've probably listened to 20 hours of you, Aaron. So I've known you a fair bit. But
is there 20 hours of me?
That was about as much as I'd listened to Thompson before I made first contact with him. Wait, this guy. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, I'm curious what kind of impression you have of me, but that's for another time.
Precocious youngin. That's it.
Very good. I'll take that. I was also curious. I noticed you hadn't linked it to, like, the conversation that was out yesterday, right, between Paul and Viveki, which I think, like, I'm not sure if you already had time to watch it, Luke.
No, I haven't. I heard some of the cats in Chad's last night live stream talking about aspects of it, but no, I have not.
Yeah, because I mean, I think it could be like relevant and interesting to all the things you pointed to right now, because Viveki is very much into the whole like what the person means at the moment because of his own dialogue with Hermes, and then combining that with the whole internal family systems therapy where there's multiple parts to the self. So he's all interested in, okay, the self is something relational and inherent, and in that sense, like there is something very personal about it. And you could tell that he was, and I understand why, right? Like he's a little bit awkward about it still because it seems very speculative. And at the same time, there's also something to be said for the fact that obviously like many like scientists will not take it seriously. So like he's like, okay, I at some point he said, yeah, Hermes argued to me, and I was like, okay, it feels weird to say it that way. And then Paul was like, welcome to the club, like this is exactly what we've been doing for years now. So I'm just kind of curious, like I'm not sure how many of you have been following the internal family systems therapy subject matter and also the Hermes thing, but how that relates to what was just brought up on the personalism that Luke related.
Yeah, no, I think it's very interesting, especially when they started talking about where he asked Mark Lewis if there was a possibility of these parts actually being liars and lying to and deceiving me as a person. Like, let's say if I'm somebody who is trying to engage with IFS, so different parts of me, can they deceive me? And apparently the literature says is like a definitive hard no on that, which I don't understand. It's kind of weird.
I think it was more like a naivete, right? Like, was it a hard no, or was it more like, okay, it's just not something they discuss in the literature?
Yeah, possibly that. But either way, I mean, that's actually what the way that it shows up in deception, I think, actually, which is very, interesting because. So I know I joked in the past about the fifth P of knowing should be prejudice, but I think it's actually true. I think there's something about it that's really true because you can't really. there's a type of depth of knowledge to the things that I think I know, and then when those things break, like there's an even greater depth of knowledge or knowing, and deceptions, our own personal self-deceptions. Now, if you think that that's not happening like all the time, then we're insane. That's obviously that's happening all the time, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I would like, Chad, you done?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so thanks. I would like someone to just give a brief outline of internal family systems because I'm not sure I completely understand it. But to Chad, to your point in Prejudice, so my boy Jason Schweizer, Almond Tree, Schweizinger, was telling me he was wondering about Jordan Peterson, and he was saying, I wonder if you can resent resentment. And he was questioning if Peterson resents resentment. And whether or not certain things open up through, I think that's connected to Chad, what you were just saying. If certain things can open up through your prejudice and then its collapse, and that's how everything's kind of connected to the Tao and Christ and Antichrist and trampling down death by death. It's just like death is integrated into part of the system. Like, as Peter Rollins would say, it's contradiction all the way down. Like, that's Peter Rollins' point. And I would still push back on him because that's still an abstraction, back to my academic scholastic point. It's person all the way down, which I think involves contradiction and division, actually. Maybe it's the integration of divided man. Maybe I just learned that one of my whole big things is wrong.
Well, one question I have about IFS is who are you talking to when you're talking to the parts of you? Are you talking to the parts of you now, or are you talking to the parts of you that could be or should be that you're working towards into the future, because I am not the same person that I was 6 years ago. My heart, the biblical divide between mind and heart is clearer to me today than it's ever been in my entire life, because it's like the practices and behaviors that you do year after year end up changing your psyche. So Jung would say your psyche, meaning the things that are outside of my free will to have interest in, to care about, the loves that are within me, you could say, are different as a result of that 6-year transformation. So if I engaged in IFS 6 years ago, I suspect the things that I would be told would not be in my best interest. I just suspect, because I was a far less mature. My hierarchy of love 6 years ago was not where it should be. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure. Maybe I should first just briefly outline for Luke what the
That'd be great.
IFS, so then we can continue, because I'd like to respond to what Neil said. But IFS, essentially, I don't know what the name of the guy is, but it was started by a family therapist. So he would do therapy with families, and then he was like, well, maybe actually I can apply this to individuals too. So he would have the individual parts. He would say that, like there's these individual parts of every human personality that are in some sort of dialogue with each other. And if there's seemingly some kind of trauma, something that doesn't seem to work, addiction issues, stuff like that, which is also obviously why Mark Lewis is also interested in it, that might actually be one part feeling neglected by some of the other parts. So we have the parts in dialogue with each other. And the scary, the weird thing is for the scientists that the people who engage in the therapy, they don't just experience talking to the parts, they experience the parts talking back to them. And that's obviously why then people from religious communities are like, well, are these all just good parts? Because that's everyone in the scientific community seems to be very enthusiastic. Like, okay, what could this be like? And we need to be compassionate. And it seems that, for instance, PVK was generally speaking, he was on board with that. But at the same time, like, yeah, but can some of these parts also, maybe deceive you? And that's kind of what Neil was starting about. So I'll respond to that. It's like if we relate it to Jung, right? Like, and that notion of the self, that there seems to be this, and that part of the self is incorporating the shadow, then I think it makes sense to, like that there are parts of yourself that can be trusted and at the same time do need to be integrated. So like, I don't want to be like this naive understanding of like, oh yeah, I mean, like everything is just good, so I can just talk to anything. But at the same time, like, they are parts of me in that weird sense that need to be integrated in some kind of way, even if that means acknowledging the very dark aspects of myself. And that's not to say like they should be worshipped or something like that. Like that's obviously a very different point, but just to be integrated. That's how I would look at that.
I was thinking about giving the summary, but I'm glad that I let you do it. I think that was a good summary.
Sorry, Jonathan.
Good.
No. I'm glad you did it.
Thanks.
Yep.
Right, Michael, Steve, you haven't spoken. Also, this is another plug for the Brave search engine, and it's AI search, because it's just like, here we go. It's just like summary of internal family systems, evidence,
Hey, but it's not personal. Aaron's, it's the resonance of Aaron's, what it means to him, and that
I
comes
agree.
through.
I agree. That is superior.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'd rather have Aaron
Let the beard
explain
speak. Go ahead.
demons to me than have a demon explain demons to me.
That's great.
I've been thinking about this guy. Where have you been, dude?
Who are you talking?
Oh, Steve McGee?
Yeah. Steve McGee.
It's definitely not a brag. But I've been at church, So
Okay.
I've been going to seeker classes, like a reading group. I'm a 12-step thing member, and two guys, one of them just showed up one morning in the parking lot before liturgy, and he was looking at my car, and we talked, and it turns out he's an alcoholic and he's struggling. So we've been going to meetings together. So I've just been doing a lot of that stuff and reading. And so I'll turn on YouTube, and it's like, oh shit, this was like streamed 2 hours ago. That's been happening for like a week or more. I don't know. But I've been watching. I just been missing all this live streams.
Hmm.
I just happened to have a really bad cramp this morning, and so I woke up and
That
walked
time of the
around.
month, Steve.
Well, in my leg, yeah, my ankle. I got problems with that for whatever. But anyway, and I, I didn't resist turning it because I'm also been thinking about getting a sound phone, because it was getting out of control. And anyway, but so I was like, I couldn't overcome the resistance and or the urge, and I looked at YouTube, and I saw the whatever the the screenshot. What do they call that thing?
Thumbnail.
That's how he
Thumbnail.
gets
I
you.
saw the thumbnail. I'm like, oh yeah, and it's like live, and so I'm like, okay, let me get in here. But yeah, just so I've been. Oh, and also, like I've referred to this total mess here. I mean, it still kind of looks like, well, definitely one corner of it is, but I've started doing stuff to try to
Clean your room.
Yeah, because it's like it was really hot, like 105 degrees, which means it's gonna snow really soon. Is what I've learned. It's like as soon as it gets like, oh man, it's too hot. It's like you got to get ready because it's gonna there's gonna be a lot of snow, and that's good. Different things motivating me. But,
Are you up?
Yeah. Anyway, so I saw a clip, 4.5-minute video that got taken down. I saw it like within minutes after it was posted, and I was gonna comment something, and I thought, I'm gonna wait and see if I want to post this or not, and then it got taken down. Anyway, so I was kind of like, I don't know what that conversation was about, and then I heard some other references. I'm like, okay, it looks like it's not a big deal. And then now, obviously there's like this nice group of happy tiles, like the Brady Bunch, on my phone again this morning, and people are getting along, so that's good. But I was a little worried. But
What was the clip? What are you talking about?
Chad posted something and took it down. This is a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
So that's Saturday morning. So there's a coffee shop that's opened up, and they did their grand opening 2 weeks ago, I guess it was, and Saturday, and so like they're like church members, and it's like they roast their beans up here in North Idaho, and those are the bags that go into the urns at the church for coffee, and it's like good coffee. But anyway, so that's probably the real reason I'm Orthodox, is because there's like gourmet roasters supplying that coffee for our coffee hour instead of like Folgers.
can that happen at my church, please?
Yeah,
Good grief.
dude, it's insane. I got a bag. It's like, I forget what it was called, Ethiopian beans of some sort. Anyway, it said like, how it says like the smell, the notes, like notes of blueberry and blah blah blah. Anyway, I was walking to my grinder with the bag under my arm. And
Hey guys, I'm gonna get going. It's good to
Oh.
see everybody.
Yeah, good to see you, Chad.
I hope you
Nice to
guys
see
can
you,
get back on track with that IFS stuff. That was kind of cool. But
Right.
have a
Yeah.
good one. Later.
Yeah, later.
Team.
Yeah. Anyway, so I squeezed it, and it released some of the smell from the bag, and it smelled like an essential oil of blueberry. It was super powerful. Didn't taste like that. It tasted like good coffee, but it was totally insane. I've never experienced anything like that before.
Did that aroma talk to you?
I have no. Well, it
Excellent
could have been
segue.
lying to me. It could have been lying to me, and I'm waiting for Vervaeke to come down with the definitive judgment on does the coffee aroma, is it really lying to me, or is it me misinterpreting it? Anyway, yeah. So IFS, I haven't thought about it since the last stream I was listening to or watching or participating in about it, but thinking about it now, is listening this morning. I'm like, I've been reading stuff that I just wonder. I wonder, what is this stuff? What's going on? I don't know. It's interesting to me. I don't know what it is, but I do know that I can think I'm brilliant and on track and getting more and more successful every year, and then realize eventually that I've been totally deceiving myself and full of pride, and I've been dishonest with everybody around me, and I hate my life. That's happened to me. So maybe they do. Maybe there are things in you that deceive you.
That old humility. So what I would add with the IFS thing and blueberry notes from coffee and all that is I think it's possible that our potential aversion to IFS is that it can be a little bit of this two-story universe, the divided world stuff of materialism, spirituality, because I do believe this. I think I believe it. I believe it intellectually, and whether or not I believe it fully, that everything is spiritual. There are spiritual components to all things. And it's maybe if you have eyes to see and ears to hear, in a sense, everything's talking to you. It's just not talking to you in it's not necessarily talking to you in articulable phrases and words, but
I would
maybe
say that there is still a syntax though, and like there's a grammar, and I think that this syntax and grammar is like the laws of symbolism or something like that. It's like the way that like things tend to happen in a certain way, and so like sometimes you'll be like, oh, that person's reminding me of a particular biblical character, right? Because the Bible has condensed these patterns such that like they're like archetypal patterns in a way where you can see like if something is going to unfold in a certain way, you can like recognize it maybe by making reference to biblical stories or something. So like there is a language, like that God is communicating with you with. However, it's not going to sound like a human speaking. It's going to be like you able to notice the symbolic patterns or something like that,
Yeah, Psalm 19, baby. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night sheweth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their works to the end of the world. And them that in them hath he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. I could go on, but anyway.
I think that's just a metaphor, right?
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking about like regular Jonathan Peugeot symbolism. Not that Jonathan Peugeot isn't a closet astrologer, but I think, that's. I'm glad you made that connection because I really think that that's worth talking about.
I don't think he's closeted. I just don't think he even knows he's gay yet.
Yeah, no, I just poke him a little bit. I like to poke him.
My buddy calls them Jpegs. I think that's pretty great.
Jpegs?
Jpegs, yeah. Jonathan Peugeot, Jpegs.
Oh, yeah. I like that. Well, he's definitely, if he's not the image, the icon in the meme, he's the spirit that animates the meme or whatever, the Peterson phrase, the spirit that makes the thing happen. Yeah. So I mean, there's the best memes are the JPEG memes, the GIFs, I should say.
Oh yeah.
So JPEG. Good name.
The JPEGs are different than the GIFs, which is different than Jonathan Peugeot memes, which are different than JBP memes or Meaning Wave, or the spherical Meaning Wave JPP's Peterson Sphere TLC memes.
So you're saying you want a JPEG?
Yeah, totally. You need at least 4 more hours to elaborate on that.
What do you guys think about this comment? Finding meaning and being schizo share the same mechanism.
Makes sense to me.
Well, it's a spectrum.
Map to brain activity, but I don't think that that's too far off. I mean, they're like an analogous, definitely, but maybe like they're actually different parts of the brain, but probably not.
Reminds me of that Matthias Desmond article that Sherry just read recently, where said like scientists, schizophrenics, shamans, and priests or something are all like similar folk. I forget the exact phrasing. Yeah, I think they're related.
You know, thinking about that quote, though, I think of Ian McGilchrist, where he's saying schizophrenia is overactivity of the left brain, and I think finding meaning is waking up the right brain and couching it. You know, so you have I think the schizophrenia is meaning gone wrong, like meaning not controlled by the context of the right brain. You know, as one who's prone to too much left brain activity and a little closer to schizophrenia than I am to holiness.
I think you might be having them flipped. I'm not sure.
That's what I was thinking, because Cal and I
no, it's counterintuitive. Look it up. Ian McGilchrist said schizophrenia is overactivity of the left brain.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I remember that actually. And
yep, it's because he's saying that's the problem with our culture right now. Is they're too left-brained and they're finding meaning everywhere. Or they're trying to find meaning everywhere.
Because I've always heard and I don't know this from Ian McGilchrist, and not to disagree with Ian McGilchrist, but if he thinks things that I don't think, he's clearly wrong. But I've talked with my buddy Cal about this, because we've done lots of conversations, because Cal's brilliant about this stuff, but he talks about, he almost sees it as like the autism schizotypal spectrum. Yeah. And so the way that I've always seen it is autism is more of a hyper left-brained myopia, where you get it's hyper focus on specific details that you can't see outside of, because meaning is found in, like, you could almost think of it with vision and focal and periphery. Without the periphery, the focus loses its context and its medium, and it makes no sense. It's just isolated. And that can be a little bit of what autism is. Whereas the schizotypal is just like, all you see is connections everywhere. And you can lose. You're just flipping so quickly in all these different things, because you see meaning everywhere, that it's too fast.
Yeah, I think it's probably like maybe a terminological thing to some extent. Like, I know schizophrenia means, like, etymologically it means split mind, which kind of makes me always think that it's like there's no connection happening between the two minds or something, you know. But yeah, I think like everything that has been said seems correct, but just a matter of like schizotypy autism. It's like we're trying to label it, but of course we have to, and it's probably helpful to some extent, but you know, it's like we're never going to get it exactly right or something.
Yeah,
that's why people say things like you're screwed in the head or fucked up, and it's like a crass summary of something that would take too much study of Greek to be able to name properly.
Can I ask a random question?
You know, so you're just cuckoo.
What percentage of psychotherapeutic patients do you think would better be treated by simply engaging in a sufficiently difficult moral struggle with whatever they're struggling with?
I'm all about that. I think that's what's up.
So what I'm saying with is, what percentage of psychotherapeutic patients is their issue that they haven't embarked on a moral struggle within their own lives that they're avoiding or trying to minimize, versus something that could help them understand themselves better and then take because I have no doubt in certain patients' complexes, certain things that they haven't understood about their past. I have no doubt that psychotherapeutic enterprises can be helpful in some regards, but I suspect,
keep going.
I'll leave it right there. But I suspect it's probably 80% of patients have a moral struggle in their lives that they would prefer an easy answer for.
I don't know if I would say moral. I would maybe say teleological. You know, like there's a purposive thing happening in their life. Like like there's some meaning that their unconscious, let's say, is trying to get them to hear and recognize or something. Luke didn't like that word. Unconscious.
No, I don't. It wasn't the word.
Can I say for moral struggle? Could I?
I just don't like moralization. You know.
I love moralization. God,
could I
Yeah, go, Steve.
Could I not change what you're trying to mean, but like refer to it as they need to repent.
Yeah.
As opposed to like intellectually understand good from wrong in a different
And I
way.
don't think about like repentance as necessarily a moral thing. I think of it more as like a purposive, like what am I, what spirit is driving me or something.
I think about repentance far differently than I did 6 years ago. In that it's a journey and it's a process, and it's not a sudden thing. I mean, unless you're lucky St. Paul being struck on the road to Damascus, it's not a sudden thing.
But it's
according to St. Paul, he was fucking it up the whole time too. He's like, I do what I don't want to do, and I don't want to do what I do, and he's like.
He also had in the desert for 7 years after that happened.
Right? No, that's exactly right, Jeremy.
I do think the moral struggle makes
struggle. Everybody.
Because like the moral struggle implies that you actually need to go out and do something, whereas maybe the teleological view is like, okay, you need to make things make sense to you in some ways, but the moral struggle.
How about do whatever, man? Whatever, like.
How about
whatever?
This is look. We're hitting on something. Everyone's excited. How about
this you're right. But I think
transformation.
The moral struggle is not only doing something in the world. And I think that's actually a big mistake in postmodernity, like sign carrying people. It's like they think, oh, I'm gonna be moral. I'm gonna have a is that a telos where I'm trying to like cause something in the world? And it's like maybe it's like in Alcoholics Anonymous, it's like I've done this wrong. I need to make this amends to make the world right. But really, moral struggle or repentance, it's like your heart. It's totally changed. It's changing yourself, being transformed. And
transformed.
You may be in a cave, and no one knows you're there. And you've repented, and you are repenting, and you're staying repentant. And so that's when somebody mentioned like I think that Neil, you were saying like you think about repentance very differently than I think very differently than like 6 months ago, a year ago, because I was just never exposed to these kinds of thoughts. But how you think, how you feel, your attitude is a big part of repentance. And I think like, isn't that what psychologists are after? How do you think, how do you feel, what your attitude is, what your beliefs are.
I don't think it has anything to do with it.
What your values are.
Okay, let's let Chad was passionate enough to come back in here. Let's hear Chad out for a while, and then I'm excited too. But I want to riff on transformation and this thing I'm holding here secretly. So
I've been holding on to the right brain, left brain, because I'm going to make a case for right brain being schizophrenic.
Okay, so Chad,
go.
Me, Jeremy.
Okay.
Okay, I don't think that it's a matter of
Chad's
what
Michael?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, you're lagging. I'm muting you. Chad, go.
I don't think it's a matter of my motives that are a part of repentance. Like it's like somebody was saying what did he say? It's how you feel or how you a matter of where you're standing or whatever, or how you think. Like, see, this is a problem when people start talking on each other. I lost the thread. Well, fuck my life. Wonderful. No. The thing is so you're saying I have to feel good about it, or I have to, like, repentance is like, this idea of it has to be in my heart. Like, I have to repent in my heart. It's like, no, I don't have to. Like, I know that what I have been doing is wrong, and would it be the right thing to move forward in a different direction, try to do the right thing? Yes, do that. Well, am I happy about it? No, I'm not. It seems like an annoying fucking thing, but fuck how I feel. I'm gonna go and move towards in that direction, regardless of if I feel good about it or not. Like, no, I don't have to have, and maybe I don't even have to do it for the right motives. Maybe I'm doing it because I don't want to go to prison, right?
No.
Or something like that. So fuck your motives, fuck how you feel, get the fucking work, and like try to act and do the right things. That's what it takes. Maybe how you feel and think actually follows, and then fuck you and all your stupid feelings because they're blocking you. right? And that's part of going back to the IFS, the things that are within us that are trying to block us from the truth. Like I hear this all the time, people saying, "Oh, you gotta, we do the things regardless of how we feel or what we think." I think that has a lot to do with it. Otherwise, we can. I'm not saying it has nothing to do with that stuff. I know I kind of pushed in that direction. It's kind of like to be extreme about it, but that's because we got all this other crap in our way. Anyways, speaking of doing the next right thing, like, do you think guys like me wanted to do like wake up at fucking 6 a.m. and go meet that guy over there and do this and that? I'm not doing it to feel good. I'm not even doing it necessarily because I want to.
Right.
Like, I'm doing it because this jackass who seems to be suffering and is on the cusp of killing himself asked me to help him.
Right.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that fucking guy. But fuck him, I'm going to go help him. Right? And, like, that's where things start to change for me as a person. That's what repentance is.
Yes. I think AA can kind of prove a
I
lot
gotta
of
go.
that
Bye.
psychology wrong.
See you, Chad.
I just wanted to reinforce what he's saying from kind of the same perspective, is that it just, when you see for years that people act their way into a new life, act their way into a new way of thinking, it can definitely make it easy to look at people who are trying to think their way into a new life. You can see why they're struggling, because I've seen it work the opposite way so many times. And that's one of the reasons I like the church I go to, is like, it's like, yeah, there's a fuck ton of books you can read, but like, do these things, and you're not even going to want to do these things, and you're not even going to do these things, but do these things. And, maybe you'll be, have theosis,
Yeah.
And so like, I barely do these things, and it's like, I'm a different person today, and I've like barely done anything. So.
But
All right,
at the same time, though, and like I do feel like that's missing. That after you do that for a while, you end up loving it, and that's the difference. It's not just like, oh, like you hate doing this. Eventually, and that's also like Aristotle, like how he relates to virtue. Eventually, you start loving the virtue, and that's how you become good at acting it out. Not even though initially you just acted out without really understanding it. So
No, Christianity is just white knuckling it, pulling yourself up by the bootstraps the entire time. That's salvation. Just hating your life but doing the right thing.
Coming in to help you out. You know what I'm saying? In Christianity, at least.
All right. So, I want Jeremy to go first. I'll save my other thing and see if it's apropos for this stream or not.
So, I found somebody who paraphrased or who condensed and paraphrased Ian McGilchrist's argument, so I'll share that. So these are not my words, but it
don't use someone else's words, Jeremy.
Well, I'm going to this time. You don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. Okay, so where to go? Okay, McGilchrist ties together several aspects of schizophrenia, autism, and right hemisphere dysfunction or damage in chapter 9 of his book, pointing like he did in his first big book to the idea that these ideas are on the rise because of an imbalance of hemispheres, with most of us living in the left hemisphere, left hemisphere dominant culture. The way in which he describes the similarities of these diseases is primarily done by talking about the left hemisphere's fixation on representation. He quoted numerous schizoid patients from throughout the last 150 years talking about how reality had lost its vital meaning, that the map of consciousness had become the terrain itself, that there is a pane of glass between me and mankind. McGilchrist talks about hyperconsciousness, quoting people saying it can be regarded as a loss of sparkle, a freezing and repetition of present existence, and a reflection of the intellectual side of man's nature rather than the free play of individual life forces. He also relates this form of paying attention to the myth of the machine, again quoting several patients relating reality to a lifeless machine that they can't escape from. With this machine thread, he then pushed into the virtual and relates the left hemisphere world to the ever-increasing virtual world. quote, the left hemisphere's world is now an increasingly virtual world. It no longer even pretends to yield a faithful portrayal of reality. For that, it depends on the right hemisphere. It has, it thinks, more important, certainly other things to do. It is there to unpack the implicit in what it is given about the outside world, making it explicit, and deal with it according to the rules. It is there to aid strategy. Unfortunately, by being purely strategic in intent, the left hemisphere makes strategic mistakes since it remains largely ignorant of the reality on which it relies, as a sophisticated computer world, and very soon, no doubt, will. So he's saying it's confusing. As you go into left brain, you're confusing map for territory. You're no longer bounded reality, and you are trying to assimilate everything and put it into and systematize it and make it explicit. And that is the very act of schizophrenia, because if you have a more right brain approach to symbolism, not everything's explicit. You can't articulate everything, and you can't systematize it. The truth is not systematizable. The truth can't be captured on a spreadsheet. And the schizophrenic move is to try to capture reality in a spreadsheet and then forecast it. And so they're trying to find meaning in everything and looking at they're hyper focused on it, on pattern. They're hyper focused on trying to predict what's going to happen tomorrow using their spreadsheet model. Okay.
That makes sense to me. That model works for me.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing that.
It describes a lot of what I wasted decades of my life doing.
Same. That's what I do for a living.
Yeah.
I make reports.
Exactly.
I use Excel for a living. That's what I do.
Yeah. Exactly.
And it's
I
interesting
complain about the machine, so I got to be careful.
It's interesting because it suggests that, like, maybe, resolution to schizophrenia would be some sort of, I don't know if I want to say, definitely not systematization, but, some sort of interpretive framework for, like, how do we not try and explicate everything and systematize everything? Like, I'm thinking, when you were talking about reading into everything and seeing the patterns, my mind went to astrology. But the thing is like, it's like maybe if you don't have an intentional relationship with this right-brained kind of blooming, buzzing confusion or whatever, then it presents as kind of this left-brainism, schizophrenia type of thing where it becomes very rigid or something. But if you have this more open flowing attitude and relationship with it, and like maybe symbols and stuff that help you to interpret, I don't know, like, do you see what I'm getting at here? It's interesting, the idea that maybe, like, the resolution to this kind of modern situation is like a reintroduction of a healthy right brain or something. It's really interesting what you're suggesting, Jeremy, because I had always associated that kind of schizophrenia, like reading into everything too much, like, as a very right brain thing. But it's interesting that there's this nuance. I don't know if I still fully grok it, but yeah.
It's like the left brain trying to come to terms with what the right brain is doing.
Yeah.
But in an inappropriate way.
Yeah.
Jumping
in
to
an abstract way. It's abstracting everything, right? So when okay, I'm going to use a data example for a second. Like, when you're trying to count something and then you do a little multiplication or division, all of a sudden you have this decimal, and if you round it, like, even the decimal, like, you've separated from reality, right? Like, any mathematical model, there's a distance between that model and reality. And schizophrenia is the act of moving all the way into the model and thinking that reality. Right? It's like mistaking the model for reality. So the climate change thing or whatever, right? It's like you think reality because your model says something, like, and it's completely divorced.
Well, this gets at my academic scholasticism education problem that's rooted in abstractions. It's like people that think math is fundamental.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So let me see if I can articulate this, and if I fumble, just ignore me. But I watched this video from the Mole Monastery guy, Father Seraphim, He's, I don't know if you see him. He's in North Ireland, or actually on an island.
He wears a yarmulke.
Well, no, it's a ski hat, like a knit hat, and big beard, obviously, but knit hat, and he's hello, dear ones. He's like Romanian, but I love that guy. Anyway, he was talking about like rationality and how like if you're trying to use rationality to understand God or to to be Christian, you're like, it's not happening. It's not going to happen. It's like you're destroying any chance, basically. I should watch it again. But anyway, then I asked Father what book to read, because like there's a billion books to read, and a lot of people are recommending this like lady who writes good academic stuff. Like, here's why you should be Orthodox. Anyway, you recommended this one. Is this backwards?
No, it works.
Okay, good, because I can't see it without my glasses. But he recommended this book, anything by this guy. But this is the thin one, which just means like don't go off on a tangent and become extra retarded again. Just like keep your feet on the ground, I think was the point. But anyway, I'm reading that, and it's conversations with a group of people that kind of got recorded and written down. And the group of people consists of like a total rationalist, like a scientist, rationalist dude. Second one is a psychologist who he self-identifies as somebody who's found the limits of reason and is willing to start letting go and just think like, well, what else is there? And then there's like a super emotional person, and then there's like a father who's like, I guess, not very ascetic. And they're talking to this, basically a saint, I think. He may not be a saint, but I think he's a saint. Anyway, so they're talking with him about your mind is not, that's not the tool to understand this kind of stuff. So it's like the left brain is not going to make sense of the right brain. You can abstract it, but you can't make sense of it. You don't really get it. You need your news or whatever. So anyway, it's like what you're saying. It's like it seems like this has been the big problem for me, as far as even thinking about accepting Christianity at all, is that it's dumb and it doesn't make sense. Fantastical. It's not rational. It's not reasonable to think these things. And I'm trying to let that go. And by trying to let that go, I've started to have a different life. And also I'm thinking things differently. I'm able to believe things differently. And I don't get it, but it is interesting. And so like this talking about like the left brain trying to like abstract and make sense of all this stuff. And it's like, I mean, I could be successful in life that way. I could be rewarded by society by doing that.
You can make money.
My life is a failure because I've been like in this left brain erector set house of cards. That's like, hey, that looks really nice. Like nice pile of like dog shit you got over there. Would be a shame if something would happen to it and you would like fall back down to earth and be a naked, humble dude before God again. But whatever. And that's like kind of what it seems like is happening. So
what I would say to that is meaning I think is inherently a right brain thing, and this is why we have the meaning crisis. And facts, like the whole question is, what do facts mean? So I wanted to riff on and just add, so I haven't listened to all of it. I started to, but it was difficult because I was at work, and these kinds of conversations are really a challenge for me. But Sam Tiedemann, our boy, he moderated a debate on the question, and I sent him to this privately: is the incarnation coherent? And I told him, I said, coherent is a perfect word. And I said, so in the deepest sense of meaning, absolutely, the incarnation is coherent. Is it? But Steve, you said this word. Like, does it? What was the word? Does it make sense? This is what people, or can I understand it? Can in an encapsulable way? Well, of course not.
Can I master it?
You can't. You never can. That's always over here. Meaning's always over here in the right brain. And to, Grogan's point, left brain is the new total depravity. It's not. If when people are talking, this is like branding. This is the same thing that happened to me with like propositionalism or with anything. Is people think like I'm then anti-propositional. No, it's all fine as long as it's an icon. as long as it's relational, as long as it's pointing to something. The left brain is fine. Maps are fine. Have maps.
Distracted by the
Yeah, and that's kind
So
of
propositions or faith are icons.
and that's kind of what I was saying with what Jeremy's quote, where it's like the solution to that crazy systematization is once we actually add back in the right brain, like in a healthy way, in a to recognize the things we're seeing as iconic, then it no longer becomes this like brutal systematization, like degeneration into reading. Like there's, I don't know how to, it's interesting because usually we associate the right brain with like becoming more diffuse or something like that, you know, like less clear associations. But I think what you were just saying there makes sense, where it's like you know, the left brain is schizophrenia in a way, but then as soon as we can, it's almost like schizophrenia as we're using it is a result of like the materialistic outlook, you know, where once we acknowledge the reality of the spiritual, it no longer presents to us as this crazy, confusing hyperlinking of meaning, or like you know, this modern schizophrenia, let's say, if we want to say that. But instead, you know, it appears that there's actually a coherence, or there's like an order or a sensibility to, you know, the spiritual realities that we see shining through things, you know. Perhaps.
Yeah.
One thing I'll jump in here, and it's the drum I've been banging on, is like as the left brain tries to cohere facts into meaning, it's like you'll never have enough facts to fully encapsulate all of meaning. And this is why I harp on about people reading The Black Swan. I'll have to make some content around it. But the simple story is, so if someone brought you food to your house, at first you'd be like, this is weird. I never met this person before, and now they're bringing me food. You might like test it for poison. You might like not eat it. You might throw it out. And if they came the next day, you'd be like, maybe I'll have a bite. Next day, they keep doing it. You'd be like more and more certain that this person is there to help you, that they're your friend, that they like you. But if we zoom the camera out and it turns out that that guy's a farmer and you're a turkey, that suddenly you've introduced facts that totally rearrange the meaning of the story. This person was not your friend. And the more certain you are getting, you're closing that confidence interval. You're saying like, I'm so certain that this guy, each data point is pointing me more and more towards certainty because I'm getting more data. But then a single fact can recontextualize when you say, oh, his name is the farmer suddenly, and your name is the turkey. Those two facts recontextualize the entire story. So all those facts you were gaining that pointed you towards the meaning of this guy's my friend are recontextualized instantaneously. And that those are, the more someone feeds you, they're not there to help you, they're there to hurt you. And you get that encapsulated in like Hansel and Gretel, and like, you know, Hansel's getting fattened up by the witch, and that, you know, even though she's feeding him and plumping him up, that's just to eat him later. So those stories get, those stories like a mythos encapsulate sort of how facts can't really alone provide all the meaning that you need to operate in the world.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's true. That's Peterson's, like, all of a sudden you find out your spouse is cheating on you and you live in a different world. It's changed all the facts. And you can have infinite numbers of facts. It will never give you meaning, ever. It can't.
I wanted to jump back a little bit to the personal knowing stuff and like the IFS thing, maybe a little bit. Although quickly before I do that, I was wondering, what's up with like Joe Rogan copyright stuff? Does anybody know about that? Because I tried to post a Joe Rogan edit that I made, put a lot of work into it, got copyright, like by the Joe Rogan people. It was like, you can't do this because it's Joe Rogan. But I saw that a bunch of people are making videos of, you know, commentary stuff. So I don't know, maybe they're just out to get me in particular. I don't know. Probably not, but you never know.
I have no idea.
Like some kind of extra sound in the background.
I had thought that would help it, but it flagged it for the actual episode. But anyway, maybe I'll give it another
get a copyright strike from this from this particular thing. He'll get a copyright strike.
You invoked the name. He cannot be named without sending shekels to somebody.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, maybe I'll give it another shot later. But anyway, the personal knowing thing, I'm going to offer a diffuse mosaic vision here. All right. This is not, I do not have a coherent, fully fleshed out idea, but so this idea of relational knowing, like beings are relational, such that who I am is in a sense like the through line of all the people I have met. Like those relations that I have, they cohere and create my identity or something. And ultimately, like my relationship with God, which is, through all those other ones, but there's also a direct, maybe perhaps relationship or something. But so then we have this idea of the consciousness congress, right? And something about, like, I worry about the thing with this relational, I worry about like subjectivism, where it's like, you don't actually exist. You're just like our relationship or something. But we have to remember that there's like way more or something, more relations. And somehow I think that this connects to the idea of personal knowing being the way to deeper know God and each other, like such that, my personal relationship. And then, all right, so as you can tell, there's a diffuse mosaic vision here. And then the last thing that I'm adding on is that you were talking about how the 4 layers, personal knowing is kind of the through line that connects them all.
Mm-hmm.
And that made me think of how in older times, they were talking about the ether, which is, they had the 4 elements, and then the 5th element was ether, and it was considered as like a unifying and binding holistic sort of element that was all pervasive and formative in all things.
Now the scientists call that ether dark matter, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, basically, as far as I understand. Yeah. And something about etheric vision being able to perceive the relations that constitute you as an individual or something, and to do that requires me personally knowing you or something like that. So I haven't figured it all out, but hopefully you found that kind of, you get some sense that I'm maybe
because that's connected to Grogg's question about what about facts about God, and I said it's the exact same thing. You have to know him.
Yeah,
you can know all the facts about me, you could repeat me forever, but you won't understand, you won't know it, you won't have proper knowledge. 1 Corinthians 8, which is my definition, my understanding of proper knowledge is knowing as you are known.
No, Luke, it's obvious. So all you need to do is you have to have a double-blind, sufficiently large study within the system that an omniscient being created.
We got it.
And because it's a double-blind study, you're going to fool the being that created the system in the first place, because the being could not imagine that us lesser beings within that system could conduct things like double-blind studies. And yeah,
what if the maker of the double-blind study watches me as I go through 2 different doors versus not watches me?
Are you a particle? Wait. Do you self-identify as a particle or a wave?
Yeah, I was going to say.
It matters.
I'm paying.
Ask Deepak Chopra.
Are you a live cat or a dead cat?
Steep slope.
Yeah.
Well, this reminds me, my dad wanted to get a tattoo. He never did, but he wanted to get a tattoo of a barcode on his head and have the barcode be his social security number, because he was like, we've been abstracted to that. We've been abstracted to our social security number by the government, right? Mm-hmm. That's how they see us. They don't see us as a person. They see us as a...
I really like the I really like the livestock analogy. That really resonates. I think,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like a number string with different tags associated with it, like no fly list, or like probably is like not paying tax on their candles sold on Etsy revenue,
Dude, I learned I hate to be I worry that sometimes I appear as a doomer, and I have to be careful about this because my last name is Dumir. But
I was gonna make a joke.
That's awesome. The OG.
But anyway, I recently learned that I guess like the gold fringes in U.S. courts actually reflect. It shows that they're operating under like maritime law or something, and like there's actually like the U.S. There's actually 2 U.S. governments, and one of them is like basically a corporation, and the birth certificate makes us all corporations, such that the U.S. can only do business with other corporations, which we are apparently, according to birth certificates, and something like that. I don't know all the details, but basically, like, yeah, barcode seems very fitting in a way.
Yeah. I've read about that stuff. It's like the flag. There's with the gold fringe is for one.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a social security number, blah, 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 you don't have to pay tax. And there's people who have gone to the government and got away with it and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but you have to know all the laws because you'll get pulled over and stuff and be like, why don't you have a license plate? And he's like, actually, I don't have to. And here's why. And you have to know.
The thing is, like, the cops don't know. And then so you still have to go to rigmarole. So the reality is you still live in the world. You don't live in this abstraction. And like so basically this is the conclusion, because I went down that rabbit hole in my early awakening, I guess, Ron Paul 1.0 era. Anyway, it's so what I realized is like, so we used to just have these guys on horses, like the beginning of Conan, riding into your town and chopping everybody up and taking people away for slavery. And now we have cops saying, hey, your tags are out of have been expired. Now you have to go through this fucking rigmarole to like get your new tags and give us a bunch of money, but like not all at once, because we don't want to make it easy on you. But that's definitely better than like Thulsa Doom coming and chopping your mom's head off, so it's like we're basically, we have a much better but Byzantine I shouldn't use that word but labyrinthine system to still extract from us, but it doesn't hurt nearly as bad as it does like from Thulsa Doom or Genghis Khan. So yeah, maybe I'm actually just a corporation as far as the government's concerned in this and that, but I'm telling you that's way better again. So I'm playing along. I decided to like not try to.
Hey, well, so far I'm playing along too. I can't.
It's
I
an
fought the
easier
law
life.
and the law won, right? My dad tried skipping taxes for 10 years, and when they caught up to him, it was brutal. Like
I bet.
They took everything. They took like he was a welder. They took his welding truck. They took his tools. They took everything. He didn't.
It's like why would we want you to have the means to pay us what we say you owe us?
Yeah, they didn't care.
Like,
not their problem.
I know.
Taxes, right?
And then it was obviously it's not about the money.
They took his taxes.
Exactly. Every 6 months, they would start garnishing his They would start garnishing like 80% of his check, so he could only work somewhere 6 months, and he'd have to move to a different job. Like, sometimes his boss would like fire him and then rehire him so that the time would start over.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was brutal.
It's like, the guys about marriage, like it's better not to be married. It's like, well, it's better not to be American. It's like too hard, too much to ask.
The U.S. government does not know the Lord's Prayer.
They're not allowed to, apparently. Even though I'm pretty sure they used to say it all the time.
Do you think we need a? Do you think we need a
Capitol building?
Do you think we need a Christian state, Luke? Do you think that's the answer?
No,
sir.
Yeah.
Somebody was talking about Christian nationalism in the chat earlier. I didn't quite catch what
a personalist Antiochian Orthodox state.
It's weird because I feel both.
As long as we get epaulets and those ropes on our uniforms, I'm all in.
I don't know. Part of telling me about like this really charismatic guy who says he wants to be worshipped as God that he's trying to bring forward. I don't know what Luke keeps trying to convert me to. No, but one thing I have to jump in a second. Luke's worshiping the Antichrist is what I'm saying.
No!
One thing I want to say before I jump is, like, I think the lowest level propositions that like people point out as like silly, like mixed garments in the Old Testament is, this is just at the like edge of my thinking, so it's not like I'm not making some hard like, oh, I believe this, but I think like as you watch spirits and principalities enter people, like it actually makes sense that some of these things are there as a bulwark. Like the lowest level, like just don't do this, do that, is a bulwark against sort of principalities and powers. And like the example to like bring it into like focus is like if you think about it, based on birth rates, South Korea is going to end before North Korea. Like you're going to have South Korea, but no South Korea, but you're going to have North Korea. So it's like you have these evil principalities and powers in North Korea, but at least those have some stake in maintaining a country. Whereas in South Korea, they have freedom, they have much more of a system we'd recognize, but it's filled with principalities and powers that are against the idea of life and propagation. And so like somehow this evil principality and power is getting inside the people. But the rule system they have is like, well, you can have kids or not have kids. So we have no way of judging this evil principality and power. So we just let it run rampant. Whereas like North Korea is clearly evil, but at least that principality and power has some interest in people being okay. Or like not being okay, sorry, but be like continuing. So like in a lot of ways, we
like
just
batteries in the Matrix.
Yeah. I mean, it's nasty business. I'm not.
But
they
want the propagation.
NKVD, but But it's to say like we have no ability, we have no framework to judge a system that's like these principalities and powers and exercise them because we're like, well, if people decide not to do these things, like whatever, if they want to live like lavish lifestyles and not have kids, like that's their decision. But like clearly that's an evil spirit. So it's just to say like the base, like those like don't wear mixed clothing, like like all these like things that are very direct. It's like if you're following those, if you're following the rules of the tabernacle, we know that spirit at least can self-propagate. Like there's some baseline level at which like you don't need fully Christ consciousness to at least like duplicate yourself, at least protect yourself from principalities and powers. So that's like in my mind the wall that
choose the right IFS members.
Yeah, I wanted to say
so you're
more
talking about principalities, spirits, and stuff like that, and
I want to say, I just reminded I was going to say more. I was going to connect all that stuff to IFS, which is that like IFS is very similar to the Consciousness Congress that Paul talks about. I think in a way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, and we can actually maybe think of this as like the people that we encounter, or something, right? Such that maybe like sometimes we can pick up habits from people, right? So it's maybe like that person becomes part of my internal family system, and then maybe that person possesses me. Like I'm reminded of like you'll have a kid come home and the kid says, "What are you doing? You're being like Timmy. That's not you, that's Timmy," or something. And it's like how do we maybe, I think what it has to do with is aligning our Consciousness Congress such that it's unified by our own perception or something that is like connected to God. Or I mean, I guess your perception that's when we're really most connected to God, is when we're seeing things most personally or something, like most through our own lens. However, it's not that that's just like a subjective, this is my reading of this, so that is reality. It's more like that in those instances where we're really seeing ourselves, that's when we something like can cohere all the other relations and find the through line or something. It's like seeing from a God's eye view or something like that.
Yeah, it's like, so this is what I'm thinking while you're talking is it's like you have this Consciousness Congress or all these IFS or all these demons or all these principalities or whatever is going on in your brain, advertisements and microplastics. But what you need to do is you need to lead, because you're saying, you said the word align the Consciousness Congress. And I thought about like, so the Speaker of the House or like the whip who like gets everybody in alignment, that's a leader. And the thing is, if leading for your passions, so like your worldly pleasure, or you're just you want to be irresponsible, so you align all your Consciousness Congress to help you, like just jack off the porn for like 12 hours. That's not real leadership. That's like abdicating actual leadership.
Yeah.
Because there is a truth.
Yeah, and
there
this
is
a
higher authority, and so like a real leader, especially a leader who could, let's say, unite Republicans and Democrats, or like the marketers versus the engineers. Person who can align those people is appealing to a higher authority. and they're like the instrument and the channel for like, this is the truth. This is actually what would be the right thing, or at least a manifestation of the right thing. Believe me, follow me, let's go in this direction. And maybe that's what's missing from psychotherapy is a lack of belief in there is
the person who coheres the hierarchy.
Yeah, they don't want to do that. They're like, no, you choose your own adventure. So let's take like 40 years of $250 an hour, depending on where you are, to like, you know, maybe find your way into like, you know, choosing less offensive porn to jack off to.
But one thing I'll say is like with authority, because I'm pretty like, yeah, you're right. Like you need the leading authority. You need to like be submitted to the highest principality and power, which is God. But like the point earlier is like, well, at least like some of the teachings are like a bulwark, because you don't need to have the full authority of like, I am speaking to God and he told me this. It's like that's going to be hard. But like you can not jack off to porn. You can like be like, okay, this seems like a principality and power I want to be under. I don't want to like be a glutton. I want the fruits of the spirit. So it's just to say, yes, absolutely. It's incredibly hard. I mean, there's a reason why the Hebrews don't even.
Oh no! Dang, we lost him.
Bye.
What do you think he was going to say? We have to try and extrapolate. There's a reason why the Hebrews. What do you think he's going to say?
I had just gotten distracted by the chat, so I don't know. I didn't follow.
Maybe the So I watched this. So anyway, Hosea. He's like, you know, he goes in the temple and he goes blah 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 blah. So saith the Lord. So he's appealing to the higher authority, and maybe what he was talking about is like. And so when he said that, all the Hebrews were like, geez, you know, like you're overreacting, dude. Everything's good to go. We're blessed. Look how rich we are. And so maybe he means like the speech of Stephen's just talking about like all these prophets have been coming and telling you and you all rejected them. And so maybe that was the point that Neil was about to make, is the Hebrews reject the people speaking on behalf of this authority.
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know a lot of. I'm not super biblically well versed, so I don't know.
With what?
I'm not super like. I haven't read the Bible all the way through it.
Oh, I haven't even read it. I barely read it. I watched movies about it.
I've heard people talking about it for probably thousands of hours. You know.
Yeah.
You know, there's probably still stuff I haven't heard.
I read Psalm 50
today, or just
no, just like I've actually read it a few times, and I'm hearing liturgy, which is like telling me what's in there, but it's not. And then you know, they'll come out and like wisdom, and they'll read the scripture of the day. So I am getting stuff, but you know, I've been watching Paul's rough drafts, and so that's like Acts. I started watching it one.
Yeah. I really love this. You know, I was just talking with Sherry about this. How, you know, like part of me is a little bit opposed to like sitting down and doing the reading, just because I have an inkling that I'll be able to get sufficiently much like through this kind of oral tradition of learning through others. And it's not definitional. It's like, it's through their own voice. So it's like what it means to them a bit and stuff. Part of me still thinks that I, you know, ought read it, you know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with reading the Bible, but I do think that it's very trepidatious. Like it can easily become a cult of interpretation, or just like what does this word mean? What is this word?
You've really expressed something that I think that it's been in my subconscious, but like being here in this video, listening to you guys, watching the YouTube versions of it, going to church and then hanging out for like 5 hours after church, talking to people. I feel like it's the oral tradition you're talking about, and like I guess Luke talks about personal, and I barely get it.
Yeah, it's similar.
To get it, but like I'm seeing what the Word of God is.
Yeah, I'm not anti-Bible, but I'm all about that, like seeing it face to face.
And I've spent my life like I'm afraid of that. So like, let me get like 13 books, including like the books that disagree with the other books, and like master my intellectual model of the thing. So maybe I'm schizophrenic, but you know, it's like,
well, I guess we
let
all
me
are.
figure everything out.
Yeah.
You know, like I watch all the people jump in the pool and watch their reactions and compare them to each other, and then think about their personality types and why they think the water's warm or cold. And when they say it's actually the water's great, jump on in. What kind of person are they? What's their motivation for saying this to me? Are they like trying to trap me? Until I figure out, like, let me just start dipping my toe in the water to see if it's actually hot or cold. And then I'm still thinking like, well, the surface is going to be warmer than it is deeper down. So basically I never fucking jump in the water because I'm like trying to figure it all out first.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to not do that right now. But yeah, so that's maybe a giant IFS elaboration for like talking me out of reading the Bible.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not trying to talk you out of reading the Bible, but
No, I'm just,
if anything, just keep going to church. Yeah.
Yeah. But try reading it out loud. And even if you want
that's a
to take it to the next level, stand up and read it out loud, because that's how the scripture was meant to be.
I've started standing.
Scripture is meant to be heard. It's not meant to be a voice in your head.
Yeah. It's just
it started out heard first. It was spoken before it was written.
Yeah,
and it was heard before it was read. Right.
Embodied.
Yeah. Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I've realized like so much of what I thought about everything, but especially like the church, religion. I misinterpreted so much. It was so. I thought it was something that it isn't, you know, and it's, I'm not able to really talk about it well right now, because it's just like, I just, you know, I don't know what to say about it. And, but yeah, it's like the standing thing, standing when I pray, looking at a face while I'm praying, instead of like, you know, do it. I'm not trying to knock anything for what other people do, because I never prayed anyway, you know. But when I was a little kid, or like different times, or like, you know, standing in the circle where we shake each other's hand at the end of it, I do that kind of stuff, you know, closing my eyes but you know, I thought praying is like, you know, gosh, you know, these people are being mean to me. God, please make them stop being mean to me. I thought, you know, it just, I realized I just have so much to learn, but I have so much to unlearn first. And that's what I really like, this IFS thing coming back into my life, because I kind of like was not paying
it's really interesting
for over a month. And it came back in my life this morning, the day after I read the chapter in this book that reminded me of this Mole Monastery talk about rationality, and like, cut that out, like stop it. And having that realization, like, that's just like this lesson I keep learning, but it's like it's like I'm relearning and keep learning and keep facing the same lesson. But I think each time I'm understanding it slightly differently, or maybe more fully. And this morning is more to that. Yeah. And it's like this, what you were just saying about like, you know, like the oral tradition, or the, you know, interacting with people to learn the Bible, the Word of God, as opposed to reading the Word of God by yourself.
Yeah.
You know, and where my pride is like constructing its definitions and its understanding. And it's just like, I think this is like probably what my second or first biggest sin in my life, that I'm confronted with it constantly.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all dealing with similar stuff, you know, like trying to gradually acclimate to a consciousness that is more open to the spiritual world, let's say, or something like that, you know. And then I just had another thing, but I lost it.
Oh
man, it's because I have to go. My dad just today's my sister's graduation party at my house, and I gotta go help set up and stuff.
Cool.
There was something else I just had right there, but I lost it, and I don't know. Maybe if
I've mentioned before, standing in divine liturgy is how I healed my left brainism, because when I first showed up,
what I was going to say. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, when I first showed up to liturgy, it was like, well, did you want to say what you want to say? Go ahead. Because you have to go. Go ahead.
Super quick. I was just going to say that I think that's what we're seeing, and why so many people really vibe with the TLC space is because we're having these personal relationships where we're talking about these stuff, you know, and we're reading it together, and it's totally different than just like sitting, you know, like even just learning. I don't know. I just think the re-addition of the visual and the personal aspect is super important. Yeah. So I do have to go, but I encourage you to continue this conversation here because I think it's a fruitful thing. And yeah, I hope to talk
whoever
to you
got booted out will probably get back in, is my guess.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully he finds his way back, Alan.
Somebody's got like soccer practice with their kids today, I would guess.
Yeah.
Maybe they're all going fishing.
Jonathan, I want to encourage you. I really love your channel. I know you don't have a lot of subscribers, and I know sometimes it feels like it's a waste of time or whatever, but I just want you to know, well, one, you get the benefit of processing all this stuff, and you're just sharing that with us. But two, it does have an effect. So
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for saying that. It
reminded me of a story of the kid who he's out walking on the beach and he picks up the starfish and he throws it out in the ocean, and this other guy is watching him, this older guy, and the kid picks up another one and throws it on the beach, and you know, the old guy is looking around at the beach, and the old guy walks up to the kid and says, hey, you know, you're never going to save all of them. It doesn't really matter what you're doing. And the kid picks up the starfish and said, it matters to this one. And throws it out in the ocean, right?
I appreciate it.
So
yeah,
your efforts.
I feel like there's some shooting star analogy that we can come up with here. Cool, man. I appreciate the kind words. And,
no, it's good.
Yeah, and I'd love to talk sometime. I haven't gotten through. You know, I started some of your conversation with Sherry about the Loves of the Saints and stuff. But I haven't gotten through it yet, and I don't know. I think it'd be cool to talk sometime. So hopefully I'll see you. Hopefully I'll see you around again soon. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, my email is my name @gmail. So if you want to reach out, I'd love to talk. All
right, dudes. I wish you a wonderful rest of your day.
Yeah. Have fun.
Thanks.
What was that noise at the end? Huh? I'm trying to catch up in the comments, and it's good they're all there, but it would be nice sometimes if like the ones that are poorly written and don't really say anything anyway were not there, because I got to like look through like this 1/4 millimeter at the bottom of my glasses to be able to read it.
Oh, well, none of mine would be there if that was the rule.
Listen, I know almost nothing would be there, but it's just like, it's so distracting, you know?
Yeah. Okay. So I'll add on to what he was saying, and I'll talk about divine liturgy a little bit. So when I first started going to divine liturgy, my left brain was sitting there trying to understand everything and trying to comprehend everything. And what is that? And why is he doing that? And what does that mean? And he's going around these times, and you know, and he's doing this, and where's that, and how does that fit into that, and you know, you just on, and then you start looking at the icons, and you start looking at the iconostasis, and we have a very beautiful and ornate iconostasis that was carved by one of our parish members. It's very beautiful. So you just it's easy to get like lost into trying to figure it out, right? Like, what does all this mean? What is this? What is that? And why is it up there and not down there? And what, you know? And after a while, your left brain just gets tired because there's no answer. There's no one standing there next to you that you can go, hey, what is that? Hey, what is that? Hey, why is that? And even if there was, you wouldn't want to, because it'd be disruptive, right? So as you're standing,
all the babies crawling on the floor is part of that. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Well, that's learning to pray in public and learning to pray in private are two different aspects of prayer, right? Like praying as a body is different than praying in your prayer corner in your house.
Right.
But they're both important, right? You have to learn both because they're both aspects of prayer. Like one is not complete without the other. You know, I mean, that's why that's why there's very few hermit monks. They almost all end up coming back into the community, or they'll come back on Pascha, or they'll come back, you know, for, you know, even the hermits come back to the community on Pascha,
or a community gathers around them. That's like,
exactly. Right.
This book I've been reading about, he was talking about, this guy was like, you know, like, oh yeah, okay, I've kind of like helped this part of the world, and I'm going to go off and commune some more, but he's just he's a saint. So like these people gather around him, and then he moves to another place, and all these cities were created because they want to go find this monk and be near him.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
So anyway, I was just going to say, in liturgy, you're standing there, and over time, as you're standing and you have to hold still and pay attention, the left brain eventually gets tired, and then you start attention is a muscle, right? And your ability to focus your attention on what you choose is a skill that's developed over time, right? And that's what prayer is. Prayer is to teach you how to focus. And so as you're standing in liturgy, you're learning how to focus on what's being said, and as you do that, your left brain is calming down, and all of a sudden you start being able to take in what's going on there, because it's working on every sense that you have.
I could testify that I am experiencing that.
Yeah. And as you start taking it in, you start seeing the world differently.
Yeah.
And you start, the evidence that the T-Grogs in the world are looking for come after the participation. So instead of taking I'm going to figure out what's true and then do it, it's I'm going to do this and then see the evidence in the transformation of my life. And you don't have to just do it. You can already see the transformation in the lives of people around you. I have several people in my parish who were in prison, and now they're not. And now they have assimilated back into society. They're in church, they're married, have kids. Like, you can see this transformation, and this transformation is something that can give you the hope to at least stand there and see if you start to be transformed, right? And but it's the beauty first, participation first approach, rather than the propositional figure it all out first and then do theorize and hypothesize, and then and then maybe do an experiment and it doesn't prove my hypothesis. It's like this is you learn to swim by hopping in the water, right? You learn to swim by standing in the water, and then by and you have someone who knows how to swim, who is a guide, who's showing you how to swim. And it's not that the person teaching you how to swim is your boss and that you have to listen to them. You can do whatever you want if you're trying to swim, but you're probably going to end up doggy paddling, and you're going to wear yourself out in 10 feet. So there's somebody who knows how to swim. He's going to teach you how to swim. That's what church is, right? Church is learning how to swim, and the priest is the person who knows how to swim.
Yeah. What's interesting is how, I was an atheist. Like everything T-Grog says, I probably at least thought I said it better, even though I probably didn't. But you know what I mean? I was like convinced of that. I was so clear on all that, and talk about it. And I got a second DUI. I was totally surprised by that. Like, how is this even possible? Because I don't even drink anymore. and I was like, okay, we fucked up arresting you, so you have this option to go to like treatment where they're gonna like make you talk about your feelings, whatever, that kind of stuff, and then we'll teach you that drinking is bad. Look at what it does to your brain. Anyway, but you got to get 3 signatures from attending 3 meetings a week, or you're going to prison. And so I went, and a week went by of 5 days of just listening and watching these people talk, and they're well along the path, and they were doing it. And luckily, that's the place I landed, was in a group like that. Anyway, so I saw it. I saw the redemption, I saw the transformation, I saw the sobriety. I saw it. And then this guy said, let's read. And then I read. And so while I was reading, I was thinking about those people. But then I also was starting to remember, these weird situations or weird behaviors for me that I can't explain. It didn't make any sense. Like, why would I ever do that? And I'm reading it in this book, and I became convinced. And anyway, my life changed. Like, something that was central to my life just vanished. It just went away. I didn't watch or listen to a Tony Robbins tape on 10 steps to overcome this passion. I didn't do anything like that. I admitted to myself my faults and made amends for them, you know, which is like kind of unrelated as far as I would be concerned. As far as my left brain, as far as my rational mind would be concerned, it's like, how come quit drinking is not even a step? Like, what does that, how does that work? Anyway, 24 years ago. But the thing is, it's like, it prepared me so that when finally the orthodox approach to Christianity is presented to me, and it has been for like years, since 2017, I think, 2018 maybe. But when I finally am like even more prepared to look at it and listen, I'm like, I know this is true because I've already done that. I've seen that. I've seen this method. I've seen this process. I've seen how this works. And what everybody told me back then, because you know, the AA steps have capital G God in them, you know, and like squiggly, like, you know, italics in the book, you know, stuff like that, you know, and all their stupid sayings and anyway. But everyone, what they told me, because I'm like, well, I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist. What am I going to do about that? They just said, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Right.
You know, and thank God, because that's also like the approach I've been taking in the last year. Is like, I'm just not worrying about it. You know, they're talking about, yeah, we got this relic under the glass in our altar. Okay, I'm just not going to worry about it, you know. And then this guy like falls into my life. You know, he just texted me. I got to text him back because we might go to the meeting this morning. But it's like, he falls into my life. Turns out, like, yeah, he's in the fellowship, kind of, and he's like struggling with that. And like we're hanging out and like going to meetings. And I'm going to his house and hanging out. And he's like cracking some stuff open while we're talking, you know. And it's just like, I'm not worrying about it. I'm just like, keep going forward. This is no question the right direction. Like, and it's like, is it a Ponzi scheme? Is this brainwashing? Is this a megalomaniac? He's just trying to aggrandize himself by becoming a bigger church and then having to form a new church. And this is the same thing as like all these like crazy woke people in Sandpoint. And it's just like a different version of it. You know, like there's like these aliens worshiping people in this town. Is that all this really is? It's just like this bastardization of some guy said some stuff like 2,000 years ago, and they just constructed this whole like cult around it. And it's like, maybe, you know, and in my left brain schizophrenicism could easily just be like, see, I figured it all out. I understand all this. I'm the master of all these like data points, and I've constructed this thing, and I could go on and like stand next to Richard Dawkins and Michael Shermer and destroy anyone with this understanding and debunking of Christianity and especially Orthodoxy.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean any of that's right, you know. And it's like in the abstract world, you know, like I could take my, you know, Google map in my, you know, those big book maps you used to get from the gas station. I could take those two things, compare them, and see, this one's more right than this one. But both of them are wrong.
Right.
Because they're not real. You know?
Right.
And that's what I finally really see that, because I've heard the phrase, the map is not the territory, decades ago. Well, at least one, but probably 2 decades ago. And it's like, I think I'm like really starting to see that. Like, what does that even mean? And it's like, it's not an ecstatic experience, but it's definitely a good one, you know?
Right. Well, and yeah, have you ever done any mountaineering? Have you done any orienteering with a map and compass? Right. It's that idea. You use the compass to find north. So that's orientation. Right. And orient was the Latin word for east, by the way. So you orient with your compass, and then you put the compass down on the map, and you map you orient the map to the compass, and then you just decide where you want to go. You get a bearing off of your compass on where that is, and then you put the map in your pocket and you use the compass and you look out and find a landmark to walk toward in that degree, and then you close your compass and you start walking. And then you stop after, 50 or 100 steps, and you do it again. you look at, and you just walk toward that landmark. But if the landmark goes out and you walk around to the right
That's
of one
the thing.
obstacle, to the left of another obstacle, to the right, you always alternate which side you're going around obstacles. And then if you
don't
can't
walk
lose,
off
if
the
you
cliff, you know,
right, and if you lose the landmark, you stop and you do it again.
Yeah.
Right. This is, but you can't walk on a map.
No.
And you can't if you hold the compass on the map and walk the whole time, you're gonna run into a tree or walk off a cliff or whatever, right? Like
you're gonna be off track and have no idea that you are.
Right.
Like I used to teach it, and it was always, I stopped teaching the compass, period. Because a lot of the time it's in the desert, but if it wasn't, it was in the High Sierra, which is basically still the desert. So you could basically kind of walk. Like up here in the Pacific Northwest, I definitely you would need a compass because you're going like this through the bushes, so you get disoriented in like 5 feet. But but the thing is, so I teach the compass thing, and some people felt like, so this is like my Apple Watch, or this is my this is my idol. This is going to save me. It tells me where to go. So they're walking, looking at the compass. And like every time the needle is like, they keep trying to put the box, the needle, you know, and it's just like, dude, you have no idea, but like, we're going that way and you're walking that way now. And it's like, if they understood calculus, maybe they would intuitively already know that, but it's like that, you don't need to know calculus to know that. You just need to know, like, it pointed at that thing. I just need to walk towards that thing. And that's like, this is, you know, what I believe God is. So this, and for the sake of T-Grog, it's like, this is what I believe God is. I'm going to walk towards that thing. And as I get closer, I may find that's not even the thing. I've misinterpreted it and I have a new understanding. But
well, and that's why you have a guide, right? You're not alone in the forest, right? You have a guide.
Yes.
Who has been on the trail.
And
he knows where the lake is, right?
Yeah.
That's part of it. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to.
No, but yeah, it's a very good point.
You're not alone.
You're not on your own. It's not sola scriptura with your map and your compass, which that can work. That can really work in the mountaineering and orienteering, and I think it can probably really, really work for people in the world. But it's
better to have a map and compass than not, right?
To have guides, to have people who've been there before, that is by far better, you know. But you know, it's like you don't just have navigation, and I would define that as the map and the compass is navigation, because you need pathfinding. Because like you said, like, you know, like I'm going there, but there's a big ass tree in the way, or there's a cliff. Yeah. So or it's like too bushy over there, but it's a clear walking over here. So you want, you know, often, you know, we'd have a group, and so you have a person in the front pathfinding, which slows you down because they're like, left or right, what should I do? They slow you down a little bit, and then the person in the back is the navigator. We're like, are we on track? Like, they're looking at the big picture, and you can be very efficient like that. And so we have the Bible, we have the church father, you know, with the other apocrypha and all that kind of stuff. We have all that. We have church traditions, and then we have priests, and then we have our you know, godparents and the other people around us, our mentors. We have both. And man, it's just like, when they talk about the fullness of the church, I'm like, okay, I guess, you know, incense, you know, whatever, you know, pictures of people. But it's like, I'm just finding, I know I'm even just scratching the surface of like what the fullness, what that means, what does fullness mean. And the metaphors are like, you know, I should say the analogies to like things in my life where I've realized, like this, the navigator versus the pathfinder, and principles of that. It's like I keep seeing that in the church, and it's like, man, it's awesome. And and so, like, you know, what would they say about IFS? Like these different voices or spirits and stuff like that. I don't know what they would say. I could just imagine, but the thing is, I know what I can put my trust in, and I don't need to put my trust in these voices in my head, or these different things in me telling me what to do. I can talk to a person who has demonstrated a commitment to repentance or holiness or whatever the right word would be. That doesn't make people cringe, but fuck them if they cringe. But yeah, I could talk to the people like that and help them be a tiebreaker in the debate among the IFS demons in my head, or whatever that stuff is. I don't even know what that stuff is. But I don't think anybody does. It might even just be a mental abstraction, and it's not even anything.
Yeah,
that's my hunch, actually.
Yeah, IFS reminds me way too much of Scientology, and I know the source of that, so I don't mess with it. I think the way I look at it is like, well, that's time I could be in prayer, so maybe I'll just go stand in front of the icons and pray. I mean, I'm simple. Right? I'm a simple guy.
That I agree with you.
I already procrastinate that. I already struggle to do that. So why would I? That just seems like another distraction to me. But like I said,
it's probably just yeah, it's so crazy. Yeah. and again, it's like I already knew this, but I barely have to do anything at all.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like
no,
like,
a little, a little move, a little, right? Just a little.
Yeah. I mean, it's just what I have to do, which seems so tiny. It's in comparison to like everything in the universe that's happening, which is like infinite, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like, oh, I have to be God. Basically, I have to cause all these things. I have to animate all these things. I have to reconcile all these things. I have to initiate all these things. And it's like, no. But I could stand in front of the icon and like, do what the Father suggested.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, let me try to do a little bit more just to see, like, do I have it in me to like spend some minutes, not seconds, 5 times a day.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking like, yeah. And I know I'm going to be slammed by, like a slothiness or whatever. I know that's going to hit me really hard. Everybody tells me like this is going to happen. But like, while I'm here, it's like, so let me like gain some fat and build some muscle, because I'm going to go into surgery,
You're right. Yeah.
And
so are you praying the hours then?
No.
Oh, okay. You were saying 5 times a day. I didn't know if you had taken that on.
Oh no, he's like, I'm doing a set my alarm for 6, 9, 12, 3, 6, and 10.
Yeah, and that's the hours.
That's the hours, but it's just the Our Father. He said,
okay, yeah, okay,
good.
Why
don't you try 5 Our Fathers a day? And I kept going.
Right, yeah.
I saw him, which several times a week, because it's like 2 classes, a reading thing, paraclesis, vespers, and church, liturgy, and sometimes another class. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing it. I forget, or I'm not doing it. He's kind of looking at me like, of course, you little retard.
Yeah, no,
but it's
yeah,
like,
that's
now
not
I
the
am.
expectation, right? Yeah, no. Well, we're really hard on ourselves too, right? Because we think we got to do it all, or we're not doing anything. And it's like, no, any move is a move. Any move in the right direction is a move.
Yeah,
and it has an effect, right? Yeah, it doesn't if you only have 1.5 donuts instead of 2 donuts, you've improved, right?
Yeah,
right? Like it's a and then 3 weeks from now you go down to 1 1/4 donut. That's the approach, right? It's really you have to, because in my early efforts I took on way too much, and then
everybody warns against that.
Yeah, and then you fall into despair and you go, oh yeah, see, I'm useless. I can't do anything.
And like despair,
of course you can't. You've never tried. Like, you don't know how. What's fun?
Yeah.
Like you don't go to the gym for 3 hours the first time you ever go to the gym.
You get injured.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Like it's the same analogy. Like the analogies to exercise constantly apply, right? It's like, and diet, like exercise and diet. You know,
the
so like,
body and the spirit.
yeah, it's
like,
an embodied religion. It is an embodied religion. So instead of thinking of it as law and legal and abstraction of, oh, I transgressed this law, it is, no, I ate too much. And if I eat too much one time, it's probably not going to have much of an effect at all. If I eat too much every time, it's going to have a lot of effect. Ask me how I know. Right. So it's that if I miss one workout, it's not like you're going to fall out of shape missing one workout. Now, if you miss 5 workouts, it's a little harder to get back into a working out, you know, but if you miss 20 workouts, now it's,
you kind of got to start over.
You're going to start over. That's right. So
but
it's
still,
when
like,
it takes you quick, it doesn't take you as long to get
past,
back into it. Right. What's that?
It's a lot faster to get back into it if you have already done it in the past, even if it's a distant past. Like anybody who was like a Marine, if they become a couch potato alcoholic, they could still get back into shape in their 50s or 60s because they had a foundation somewhere. And so I feel like that's why, you know, go ahead and like baptize them and like raise them in the church. And even if they like get into Taylor Swift and then they get into like OnlyFans, it's like they still they can come back. They'll have a foundation of some sort, you know. So it's like, do it. Don't be like, oh, you know, well, they're just kids, so I'm gonna let them like figure out what they want to do until they learn their lessons. It's like, no, you know, biblical wisdom tells you to like raise the kids, you know, and then psychological people also tell you raise the kids. You know, like they at least they used to talk very, very, very clearly about stages of development and the things that kids are being faced with and need their brains are capable of facing and learning at certain stages, and that you need to like prepare them in these ways as they develop, or they're going to have problems when they're older. Now they're trying to deny all that stuff, and because you know it would steer people into becoming like good people or whatever.
Yeah, well, that and it denies their worldview, which is that we are completely self-determined.
Yeah,
right?
well, that's better.
And they're just trying to scale that down to the child.
Yeah,
and say that even the child is self-determined and that their parents are tyrannical, and a tyrannical imposition of will on the will of the child, and whatever the will of the child is sacred.
Yeah, which is
crazy.
I'm just glad I have a it's not a theory, but I guess I don't know how, like a theory or a model or a language to understand that and articulate it now. But these are like what you're saying, like being self-directed. I didn't understand why it wasn't right, but I knew it wasn't. Or self-determining, you know.
Yeah.
And all that kind of stuff. It's like it's just like it didn't feel right. It's like this doesn't seem right. It doesn't line up with what I've seen in my life and even just what I've observed in movies. You know, it's just like that's what's being portrayed. The conclusion I'm getting from the stuff that's obviously not like just dumb or fake. You know, like good art, good literature, things like that. And then just in life experience, you can see like self-will run riots is a phrase. So I had some model and some language to help me for many years, and now it's like 10 times even deeper.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to talk to some friends about. I'm talking about the Orthodox guys that go to meetings with me, but I have a couple meeting friends who are more open to this kind of conversation, and I'm trying to talk to them about how so alcoholism is a disease, and I need a spiritual solution for that. That's all right. It's works for millions, but I think like it's a passion that I need to struggle with, and that there's not just the passion of anger, passion of fear, and the passion of lust. I guess it's like the sexual conduct inventory they talk about. There's more passions.
Yep.
And to have that model or that way of looking at the stuff, it makes a whole lot of like kind of the moralism that AA has, but kind kind of tries to pretend it doesn't have, because it wants to attract like the most immoral people there are. It makes sense now. Like, you know, it's like, I should be like this. I should try to help others. I should like deny myself, you know.
Yeah.
What do they mean? Now I get it. And yeah, it's again, it's the fullness of the fullness. Hello, guys. Who's at the bottom? Who's that?
Good morning. How's everybody?
Whose chin am I looking at? Oh, Parlato, right on.
Whose chin?
Am I paused or is he paused?
He's cutting out. Whoa. Woo.
Oh.
I don't know whose internet's killing it, but someone's is. Okay.
Yeah. He was
his internet.
Mr. Roboto. Hi, Sherry. Welcome
Good
back
morning.
to America.
How are
I guess
you
you've been back
guys?
for a while, though.
Great.
Yeah,
Good.
I'm fresh out of bed.
So there was a question of a little bit back in the chat, and I want to address it. Jason Rodney, he was like saying, don't confuse the map with arena, check, but where are we going? And then and then he replied to himself and basically said, Jeremy says just go east. And you know, that's not a bad way to go, right? Facing east. I mean, that's what Orient meant. But I think that's where the guide comes in, right? When you tell someone, hey, I want to catch fish, will you teach me how? Then he doesn't just point out on a map, oh, go here, drive there and fish. You just get in the car with him and he takes you to the place where he goes. Probably not his favorite place because he doesn't want to show you that.
But yeah,
but he shows you a place where you can catch fish, you know, and then he shows you the basics and you start casting and you start learning. And when you're casting, you catch the tree a lot and you catch the moss a lot, and you don't, it takes a while to be able to catch a fish, and you're probably not going to catch a fish the first time you go fishing. And if you go fishing just to catch fish, you're never going to be a fisherman very long.
Luke Johnston and I talked about this.
I just had an insight. Can I articulate before I lose it?
Yeah.
Because it's anti-intellectual, so maybe everyone will like this. But it occurred to me as like, yeah, anytime you're going to learn something complex like woodworking or fishing or metalworking or building a house, you need an apprenticeship because it's what you're going to be doing is embodied, so it's real and tangible. It's real, and then you need all this non-transferable knowledge or this whatever the word is, I forget. There's words for that kind of stuff, but you need this kind of knowledge, and you can't get it through an abstraction. And so there's apprentices. You become a journeyman and all this kind of stuff because it's a complex thing. Are you familiar with the Cynefin model? Like simple, complicated, complex, and chaotic. I don't want to get too much into it, but they differentiate complicated from complex. And it has to do with how many unknowns there are and how many variables there are. Well, anyway, the whole like rational left brain stuff is the world of the complicated. And so in project management, this is like, Gantt charts for something like what you do. And you've been talking about this a lot, Jeremy, is the kind of like prediction. And, you can't have a Gantt chart that has the maximum it has the duration of each phase of a project kind of stacked up and tells you the end date. You can't do that because it's complex. It's not a complicated thing, which is like multiple steps. And so that's it. So it's left brain trying to apply itself to a complicated model, trying to apply itself to a complex model where we don't really know what's going to happen. And that's why academics, I love them. I'm so much a nerd like that, but like they prefer to disengage from the world. The whole ivory tower cliche. They want to disengage from the world because it ruins their model. Like reality ruins their economic model. Every time it's like, yeah, you understand the economics of all this stuff. It's like, well, how come everybody's starving to death? Or like some people are totally rich and other people are like got no money. what the hell's going on with my economic model? Well, just like, we need to inject more cash, whatever. But you know what I mean? It's like the approach to religion from this, like, religion is complicated. So I need to read all the books and then like dissect every line and sentence in the Bible and link it to this other stuff and try to master it, which is what you should be able to do in a complicated situation like checkers or or tic-tac-toe. That's pretty simple, but it's just like, hey, always start in the corner, always be the one who starts, and always start in a corner. You win every game. I think there might be one way you don't win, but nobody wins. But like, you can apply this simple model to something like checkers or tic-tac-toe and always win. And we try to apply the expectation that we will be able to master something like religion. And that's why, like they really have these people who have no idea what they're talking about. They feel and they sound like they do, but they don't, because you can't learn it from the outside in this abstraction way. You need to jump in there and like, sweep the floor while you're watching the master carpenter. And then maybe he'll let you carry the nail bag and hand him the nails when he needs the nails. And then eventually you're going to be sawing joints. And then eventually you're directing other people doing all this stuff. And it's like, that's the way to understand God and understand religion. I'm speaking as somebody who did it the previous way until very recently. Now I'm doing it the way I'm talking about like, being embodied and like following mentors. And I could tell you it's a night and day conclusion that I will get from it. So when I listen to people who like talk in terms of like the abstraction and the sort of intellectual left brain kind of stuff, trying to talk about this stuff, I was like, well, I know you don't know what you're talking about, because I realized I didn't know what I was talking about when I was talking like that. So anyway, I just wanted to be able to throw that out because now it's clear in my mind.
Oh, good.
Because I keep wanting to buy more books.
Yeah, spiritual gluttony. That's what my
Can I say something?
Totally.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just talking on top of you, so I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, T-Grog, you should watch the conversation between Jonathan Pageau and Peter Boghossian. Just came out yesterday, I think, on Jonathan's channel. Because like there's some words here in this sentence that fudge, to steal Paul Vanderklay's moniker. Time is one of them, okay? Because according to Christianity and almost every other religion, God is outside of time. So that's number one. And then secondly, real is the other one. What is real? I mean, if you watch the conversation between Pageau and Boghossian, their ideas of real are completely opposite from each other. When Peter Boghossian talks about evidence, he talks about material evidence. And when Pageau talks about the real, he talks about something that you can't see. So before we all get caught up in those semantics, maybe go watch that conversation and then come back and we can talk about it some more.
I agree. That was a really interesting discussion, and what's wild about that, was surreal to me about that talk, was that I owned at one time that book, A Manual for Creating Atheists by Peter Boghossian, and where he talks about the street epistemology method that he uses for deconstructing Christians. And it was interesting to see him run into Jonathan, because his whole model for deconstructing is around deconstructing materialist Christians, which most American Christians are unknowingly.
Yeah.
Right. So then he runs into Jonathan, and Jonathan's like, and these things didn't work. You could see the cognitive dissonance kick in pretty early for Peter, where he full, like, I remember there was a part where Jonathan was like, no, that's not how, that's not how I see it, and was explaining something. And you see Peter Boghossian like fold his arms, and it was just like, you could see all of a sudden he was like, what? I have never heard anyone say this before.
Well, it was really, what was really good. And I think if T-Grog is willing to just let go of all his presuppositions and just watch, just let that conversation wash over him. Jonathan does a really good job of explaining what a God is, a God, in that conversation, right? And how those things come to be. And anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. There was something else that you guys were talking about that I wanted to comment on, but I can't remember now because Steve went on forever.
Lo siento.
Well, it's the idea of learning something in an embodied way rather than learning something abstractly, propositionally by sitting in a classroom and being lectured, right? It's the difference between learning to be a waiter and learning to be something else. You know what I mean? Like if you're learning to be a waiter. I know what it was.
I got it.
Good.
I got it. Okay, you were talking about fishing, and I was saying that Luke Johnston and I talked about this once. So when you teach, because he's a fisherman, he's an avid fisherman, and he related this experience he had of this old guy teaching him how to find these particular fish that are really hard to fish.
Yeah.
And you have to read the water, right? So, and this is something I've talked about in relation to looking around. So I've told the story before of how the elders took the young people up into the mountains here near me, the First Nations elders, and they were teaching them how to dig potatoes, what they call potatoes. It's a wild tuberous plant. And they were telling them that they had to look around, right? Well, they were looking around for the purposes of danger, because while you're digging your potato, a bear could kill you or a cougar could kill you. But there's also attached to that, there's a sense of place, right? So you begin when you practice the peripheral vision, which is the right brain, by the way, then you start to intuitively be able to tell where these plants will grow or where the fish are, right? So you go to the bank of the river, and after many years of practice, your brain picks up, oh, there's that bush, there's that slope on the bank, there's that dead log in the water. Today, the weather is like this. The surface of the water is like this. These bugs are out, right? All these things are, without you actually knowing it, being picked up by your subconscious. And then you can just move right into the perfect spot, catch fish. Yep. While the other guy down the road who's never done it before thinks, I just have to throw my hook in the water, right? That's what fishing is. Yeah. And he might not be where the fish are. Right.
Yeah. The phrase when I was a kid, over and over again, I heard it a million times. You have to think like a fish. If you want to catch a fish, you got to think like a fish.
Exactly.
And it was funny because I was definitely a little bit autistic. Well, I still am. And so I was like, so I have to not think at all, which is actually good. So it was like I was trying to quiet my mind because I imagined that a fish would not have language. So I was trying, fishing became meditation for me, like standing and just paying attention to the line, and then over time, you start to learn, well, I catch fish, the fish like to be in slow water next to fast water, and they like to be close to a bank so that they can go under the bank because that's where they hide when they feel in danger. So they like to be in the slow water next to fast water with a bank nearby. And if you look for that, all of a sudden, and you just put your bait there, you catch fish. Yeah. And if you get desperate, you can just hop in the river and reach up under the bank, and the fish don't know where else to go because they're scared. You've scared them away. They go under the bank. You can just reach under there, tickle their tummy a little bit, and then you grab them. So if you're hungry and you don't really want to catch fish with a fishing pole because you're starving, reach under the bank and you can catch them. You can feel them under there.
Wow. I didn't know.
Because they don't know where else to go. They're like, well, okay, I'm safe. He can't see me because I can't see him.
Yeah. Well, this is what I
let me address.
Wait. This will only take me a second. Like this is what I do to practice sharpening my intuition, right? Because we talk about intuition as a gut feeling, and there happens to be quite the nervous system in your gut. Actually, it's more extensive than the one here, if you can imagine. Mm-hmm. And they're talking to each other all the time, right? Both of them, they're both talking to each other. So people that go fishing with their heads don't catch fish. People that go fishing with their gut, they catch fish. Mm-hmm. And the way to do that is to simply, when you get the feeling in your gut, like, and it's a feeling, go with it. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you're going to strike out a few times, right, in the beginning.
Yeah. But that's how you learn.
This is my advice of how to practice sharpening your intuition, because you're not actually sharpening your intuition. You're sharpening your ability to intuit or to feel it when it happens, because it's always happening, right?
Yeah.
Like when something jumps out from behind a rock and scares the crap out of us, we don't rationalize what to do next. We just right? We just go, because something inside of our gut says run or fight. And we can practice that. We can actually do that. All right,
so
Steve.
I want to address Steve Rogan, and it's on this topic, but a metaphor. It's probably just going to fall on deaf ears anyway, but I'll cast my pearls anyway. But if you want to learn how to surf, I'm sure you can imagine, well, there's a board, and maybe you can learn about the shapes of boards, and then the shapes of waves, the types of waves, and which board matches the right one, and how do you paddle, how do you get past the waves so you can turn around and come back with the waves, how do you get up and stand, what's the best way, should you face this direction, that direction, all that stuff. The problem is you're never going to catch a wave unless you can read the water, because only some places where there's like a gnarly reef and a huge, like, kind of a forceful tide, you get the break in exactly the same place every time. Usually the waves are kind of around. You got to like paddle over to it and be at the right spot so that when the wave starts to I'm trying to get in the camera, when the wave starts to rise, you're in the right spot and you can drop into it. So you got to look out at the ocean to the horizon, because the world is not flat. But anyway, you got to watch out, and then you see like the waves coming over here. And I've developed that sense. I could see like the waves coming, and that will be a writable one. It doesn't exist yet, but I could see it. I was about to say I can feel it, but I see something, but it's like a sense. And there's 19 senses at least, by the way. It's not 5 or 6. But anyway, and I paddle over there, and I'm proven right or wrong, and eventually I developed this. But you learn that by like being out there. And so like all the technical skills of like how to get on the board and stuff like that, sure, it does help if you can watch other surfers, let alone read about it, or see photographs in a book, how to surf, or read textual language explaining how to surf. Like being out there and watching people and trying it you're going to learn a lot better. But being able to be on a wave when it's ready to break and you can drop in on it, being at the right place at the right time, especially outside of the other guys who are also trying to drop in on the wave. So you're in a better position, which by the rules, they got to get off if you're behind them. That's all this intuition and the sense that you develop. And if you want to learn how to surf, do you go to a guy who has credentials? So it's like
you have to have a degree in surfing if you want to know anything about surfing.
And how would you ever develop a program to test someone or to award or not award credentials other than like what anybody would call an old boys club or you know, like a patriarchy, a biased, you know, clique people. You'd never be like a valid and independent kind of a body to be able to give somebody a certification and something like that. And there's a ton of things like that out there in the world. And it just, to me, it's this is only a small indication or symbol or analogy of like how this approach of thinking, this worldview, is so far off base that it's like, I mean, and you can still succeed in the world because, like, you know, all sorts of people can like blindfold themselves and walk down a trail and not fall off a cliff and bump into trees, you know, like so you can have near misses a lot in your life and have no idea that you were almost killed because of your ignorance, because you are still ignorant to it. In the same way, you can have a worldview that's like missing so much, but you can still kind of get along and be okay. I mean, almost all my life have been like that. I know I'm still like that, but it's, you know, I've learned to, like, you know, switch off the idle of my targeting computer and try to use the force. And yeah, that's totally terrifying. And I understand why people don't want to do that. And they'll come up with any way to rationalize reasons not to do that, not to trust God or whatever.
Well, T-Grog
But
asked,
I'm telling you, it's a good
know?
way to go.
T-Grog asked, how do you know if you're right or wrong? By being right or wrong. You
Yeah.
know, like that's how you know, right? How do you know that you're right or wrong? By being right or wrong. Okay, something's got to kick in. At some point, your feet have to move, and then you know, once you make your way down the trail, you're gonna either be right or wrong, and that's the only way to learn. T-Grog.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
what are you trying to do? Like, I just have another thought here quickly.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
What happened to genius? What is genius? Genius is original thought, right? When, you know, this is the problem in science and academics, is people can't write a paper that doesn't have references. It doesn't get looked at. It doesn't qualify, right? You can't write your dissertation without loads and loads and loads of references. Well, what are you actually doing? You're just regurgitating somebody else's original thoughts. Like this is something that I've thought about for a long time. I'm like, okay, but so what happens to the guy, let's say in academia, who doesn't have a reference for his thought, who can't find anybody else who thought that thought? Does he just not get to express his thought? Well, I guess not. And so what have we done to genius? We piled nothing but regurgitated thought on top of it. It doesn't exist, you know? Like Einstein said that, you know, it was only through intuition and feeling and experience that he could make the discoveries that he made. Okay. It wasn't because he thought it through. I'm sure he thought it through after the intuition. And he also said that he had his best ideas when he woke up from naps. So he'd go to bed, have a nap. He napped frequently, apparently. For that reason, that was the fertile ground for him, was waking up from a nap. And then he'd just have these, you know, John Vervaeke calls it a daemon. Artists call it a muse, right? An original thought. So where are these original thoughts? Like, I just feel like we're living in a bunch of puke, regurgitated thought. Sorry, but
No.
I hate it.
Well, I was going to tie in as well. So it's interesting. T-Grog tells us there is no God, but then he tells us that God and surfing are not analogous. And it's like, well, if there is no God, how can you make that statement? How can you know that? Like, from where are you standing to make that statement? And the point is, we keep trying to point to over and over again the participatory way of having a relationship with God. If you want to have a participatory relationship with God, you go to someone who has a relationship with God and you ask them, what do I do? And they will tell you things you can do,
like
such
the
as
scoop
prayer
instructor
or standing in church. And eventually, if you keep going fishing, you will catch a fish. And then you will go, wow, fish are real. And there's so much evidence around you because every person you know who goes to church knows how to catch fish. And you keep there saying, where's the evidence? Dude, we're right here. We're telling you. If you want to catch a fish, you got to find a fishing guide and you ask him how to catch fish. And if he likes you and you're not an asshole, maybe he'll take you to a fishing hole and show you how to catch fish. That's what this is. This is not compositional wall charts of theory and diagrams. This is how to catch fish.
Yeah, and then you have to practice your own intuition, T-Grog.
I'm sorry for getting upset, but this is...
You don't need a teacher.
I'm not upset. I'm trying to point. We keep trying to point you, and you keep just saying, well, that's not God. And it's like, how do you know what God is? You don't even think there is one. We're telling you how to meet him. You got to go where he hangs out or where it's easy for you to pay attention. And church is built, like the whole structure of church is built to teach you how to pay attention to spiritual things. And if you do it long enough, he'll show up.
I don't think he's interested, which is, very understandable.
That's why you're expending a whole lot of energy there, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
And T-Grog thinks he's fishing at the moment. but the thing is,
he's trolling for fish.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, he caught a big one. I'm a dumb sucker. I get it. I'll take it. I'll take the bait. I'll take the bait all day long. That's fine.
Totally took the bait.
You remind me very much of my brother who just does this all the time. And what I found is because I've listened to him. There was a talk with him and Lance and Luke, and it was basically the same thing as my brother. Keep talking, keep answering all of his arguments, which are not often arguments. They're they're pokes. But he's not making claims. He's just poking at your claim.
Right.
And anyway, you can keep talking to him. And then it's like the end of the rainbow and you get close to it and it moves. Yeah. Because there is nothing. There's nothing there. And it's it's a game or it's fun.
Right.
And so, and it's like, and so that's just the thing he's doing. But the worldview, I totally understand the worldview, and I totally understand why you would never want to let go of it, because how terrifying is it to have faith instead of certainty? That's terrifying. I don't want to do that, but I know that it's true. I know that it's the right way, and so I'm sucking it up and going for it. But whatever.
If you engage with T-Grog in the comments, then we literally just spin our tires in the mud because of
you're right.
It's not.
I'm sorry.
He's not interested in learning.
No,
it's
not a genuine inquiry.
No, it's not.
T-Grog, I could take you so much more seriously if you would not use ad hominem attacks against people like Jonathan and Cassidy and John Vervaeke and so on. It's like if anyway. I just
I agree.
I don't think that you're a good faith partner.
He's not interested in the explanation of how that's not necessarily true, and that's fine. But I kind of, I don't know how to do it here, and I don't read all the comments all the time either. But I would just block them because it's just a waste of time.
No, I'm not going to block him. But I do in my mind. I block him. I don't actually see a genuine curiosity there, so I can't help that. There's nothing for me to do in that situation. Anyway, Cassidy, welcome.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Glad you're here. Change the subject, Cassidy, please, quickly.
Well, I kind of was interested in the subject.
Good.
I've heard you guys talking about faith. Yeah, so I listened to a sermon a long time ago from Tim Mackey, who was talking about faith. And that was the verse in Hebrews where he was talking about the taste of things hoped for and the assurance of things unseen, and kind of what does that mean to have faith? And he talked about how faith is not just this mindset of this place where you whip yourself into a belief of something, but it is like this action. And he had this example of faith that always kind of stuck with me, that rang true about what faith is, even for like Christian people. And so he went and he put this, he took this stool and he put it on the side of the stage, and he looks out to the front of the audience and he goes, "Is there a stool behind me?" And everybody's like, "No." And he's like, "If I whip in my head and my mind and say, oh, there's a stool behind me, there's a stool behind me, I know there's a stool behind me, is there going to be a stool behind me?" And they were like, "No." And he's like, "Okay, pretend I didn't do this." And he took the stool and he put it behind him, and then he looked back at the crowd with his back. And he asked them, "Okay, is there a stool behind me?" And they were like, "Yes." He's like, "Do I know that there's a stool behind me? Pretend I didn't put the chair there. Do I know there's a stool behind me? No, I can't necessarily see it. But I have this faith because all of these people around me see something that I can't see. But if I don't ever take a step, all it is going to be this idea. To really know if there's a stool behind me, I have to take a step back." And so he takes a step back and he moves around and eventually tries to sit on the stool with the crowd telling him where to go. And he sits on the stool and the stool is there. He still can't see it, but he knows that it's there in a sense because he's sitting on it and because there's all these people around him that can see it too. And I think for me, that is how faith a lot of times works.
I used the analogy in our conversation with Jordan Hall, because I was listening to Jordan. I was actually, if you watch that conversation, for the first 20 minutes, him and Nate talk about video games and role-playing games, sorry. And that's just not interesting to me. So I was knitting while they were talking. And I told them, I said, "Okay, you guys go and I'll just knit." And I'm knitting, and then we ended up talking about that verse. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
Okay.
And it suddenly dawned on me, because I was talking about embedding a pattern, like literally a knitting pattern that I was knitting into my body so that I could knit without thinking about it, so that I could actually learn to make my own sweater, to design my own sweater, because the pattern there's a base for the pattern, right? It's a basic pattern. And after that, I can learn to modify it. But if I don't knit a pattern, like follow a pattern, then I can't get it into my brain and my body, right? Into my muscle memory and all that stuff. And so in the beginning, I take a pattern and I follow it meticulously, and I don't have any clue what the thing is that I'm making will look like. Okay? I'm just doing knit 6, purl 12, cast off here, blah, blah. I'm just following the instructions. Okay? And in the end, I have a substantive thing that I hoped for. All right? And so it's like faith is the evidence, is the substance of things hoped for, which is my sweater. And my faith was in just doing the pattern. Okay? Walking out the pattern, the evidence of things unseen. So the sweater then becomes the evidence of the things that I could not see. I thought it was the greatest analogy. I'm just like, this is it. Right? I'm following the pattern. I have no clue. So like, this is the liturgy. I'm in the liturgy. I don't know what's happening, right? I'm just following the pattern. And in following the pattern, something becomes substantive in my life, right? And I become the evidence because I'm the one being made in the liturgy, right? And I become the evidence of the things not seen. So anyway, I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, you were talking about that in that 25-hour live stream too, and I really liked that, and it made me think, especially in this context we've just been talking about too, is rationalists and intellectuals, especially academics, they hate salespeople, but here's something interesting about like commissions only salespeople is maybe they're not smart, but they're obedient. And so the people who have successfully sold the product, they know statistically, if you call or if you make your pitch to 10 people, you'll make one sale on average, or most of the time. And in order to get one person to like listen to you for your pitch, you need to call 10 people. 9 will hang up, 1 out of 10 will answer and listen to you. And if you make a sale, you make X amount of dollars. So you decide how much money do you want to make? Well, that's how many phone calls you have to make every day. And read this script and ask this question and wait for their answer. Don't keep talking. Just ask the question, wait for the answer. It's a yes or no. If it's no, hang up, dial the next number. So the obedient salespeople are like, okay. And they do that and they're millionaires. And it's like, you know, they don't understand. They're not like masters of psychology. They didn't get a degree in like public speaking, you know, but they do what they're told and they make $1 million. And then they send their kids to the schools, like to Harvard or whatever like that. They've paid, they are funding the world. They're making everybody who has something to sell bought by somebody else. And they're the ones who have faith, you know. They're like, I don't need to understand this. I don't need to be, you know, I don't even need to understand how the product is made, or I don't need to understand economics. I just know I make 100 phone calls a day, I'm going to be a millionaire. And then do it. And, you know, I think I have faith partly because I listened to people explaining how to like be successful in sales, and they talked about stuff like that. And you know, this is the beginning of like learning martial arts and stuff like that. You know, you just do the thing they're teaching you how to do, and then when you put the mask on and you're like you up against another dude, the reason I can like knock their thing out of the way, hit them in the wrist, is because I just did this repetitive thing 10,000 times, as boring as it was. You know, and it's like the Karate Kid, you know, you paint the fence and then you can block yourself. But it's like, you know, say the Jesus prayer, just keep saying the Jesus prayer, go to divine liturgy, listen to this stuff, participate in this stuff, like learn what we're saying and like try to like understand it and go along with it and confess and, you know, try to repent. And it's like, just trust us. You're going to have an experience in your life. And, you know, maybe there's going to be an experience after I'm dead, you know, trust us about that one, you know, but it's just like, just try it, do this stuff. And the thing is, I've been trying and doing this stuff, and they're right. Just like 24 years ago, they're like, here's 12 steps. None of them say stop drinking. None of them say like avoid the bar. None of them say that. They say all this other stuff. Trust us, do it. And look at us. We've been doing it. And we swear this is the thing that's been working. And I could be the skeptic and I can rationalize why this is bullshit and doesn't work. The thing is, I did it and it worked. Everything they said would happen, all of it happened for me. And that's what's happening with the church now in my church life. It's like everything they've been promising, it's been happening for me. And it's like, and I could prove it all wrong. I could prove all of it wrong. Just like, you know, we got guys in our comments now. We got plenty of YouTube videos where people are proving everything we're talking about is wrong. But it's true.
You know, I just want to say something here, Luke. I actually think Peugeot is a little off the reel, being something you can't see. I don't, because it has to do with Meister Eckhart's old eyes. So if you look for God with your eyes, Eckhart says definitively, whatever you're looking at is not God. Because you don't see God with the eyes in your head, you see God with the eyes of your heart. And this is very prominent in almost all mysticism. I think it's Jacob Boehme actually has a 3 worlds diagram with, I talked to Jonathan about this, Jonathan Demir, you know, with these hearts that branch out, like they're on like vines, and there's 2 hearts and there's eyes on them. those are the eyes that you see God with, right? And so I think that's what Pageau is hinting at, right? You don't see it with these eyes, because if you're looking for it with these eyes, you're not looking at God, right? So I don't know if that makes any sense what I just said, but that's what I think Jonathan is. He's pointing at a more mystical approach, which is always the stumbling block for people like Boghossian and T. Grog, right? Like they think they can see everything with their eyes. That's the problem, right?
It's like a sola scriptura approach to understanding what people are saying. So it's like he said, the invisible things are the real things, or whatever it is he said. It's just like, so I look at that with like the way I'm looking at that, and this is false. This is totally ridiculous. It's sort of like, do you believe in God? And Peterson's like, it depends on what do you mean by believe? What do you mean by you? And it's like, yeah, that sounds like he's avoiding the question, but it's like, no, he's actually trying to answer the question.
Well, here's the thing, Steve.
But like, if you don't want to answer the question, you could easily just like deconstruct. He said only invisible things are real, which is preposterous. So he has no degree.
The thing that holds your marriage together.
I don't believe him. Huh?
The thing that holds your marriage together, Cassidy and Jeremy.
Is that fake? Is that not real?
Do you keep that in a box on your shelf? Is that something that you take out every day and shine up and look at and put back? Is it something that you set on the dinner table so that you can both, participate in it? Like, what is that? Is it real?
It's like a blind person telling me there is.
What's the evidence of it
what
being
you guys
real?
talking about?
It's your marriage. It's who you are. That's what real is, right? It's the evidence of that thing is your marriage. But what is a marriage? What is that? What holds it together? You can't see it. Can't hold it.
Well, I don't have a degree in it, so how would I know?
Anyway, that's my
not qualified to talk about it.
My ex-wife has a degree in family studies, but it didn't work out for us.
No, I was gonna say. It's like the false idol. Yeah. I'm sorry if that.
She's a beautiful person, though, and it was my fault. I take full responsibility for the demise of our marriage. She was lovely and did her best, and I was blind and very prideful.
Well, the study doesn't save you from the world,
Right.
You're
Study doesn't save you from marrying an idiot.
Yeah.
It doesn't, right? You can still make a mistake, even if you if you graduate summa cum laude in family studies, you can still have bad judgment.
And I just want to say, Jeremy, I'm sure that the idiot
still destroy an economy,
I'm sure, Jeremy, that the idiot you're referring to in that equation is yourself, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. No, I'm not talking about her. No. Yeah, no. She's a beautiful person.
You didn't marry an idiot. She did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Even though she graduated summa cum laude with family studies.
Right.
She should have studied picking husbands. She should have got a degree in picking husbands. Maybe that was her mistake.
Well, and I will say this is really, actually, this is tragic. So when she was getting involved with another man, and I heard this third hand, I didn't talk with her about it, but when she was getting involved with another man, she made him submit to a lot of psychological profiles and all this personality testing, and they did like the pre-marriage counseling for 6 months, all this stuff, right? He has not been outside of the house for 10 years. She supports the family, and he's homebound because he's paralyzed by mental illness.
Oh, mental illness.
Yeah. So the education is not all you need.
It's
and the
certifications. No, I mean,
and he passed all the tests. Something's unpredictable, right?
That's like an archetype, like, our anticipation and our predictions, everything's all lined up. It's all perfect. And it's like, how did it go wrong? Like, how did this perfect plan, like end up like it did? And it's because, we stepping out of our domain. And it's like, okay, so what should I do? Just like have faith instead of like trying to master and control things? How will that help? Well, try it, and if you don't try it, you can only talk crap about something you don't know because you haven't done it. And
yeah, but I think it's to play the devil's advocate a little bit and to kind of counter this and kind of take the emotions out of it. Like, there are things that we should not have faith in. There's a level of discernment that is required in navigating the place of faith. Now, it seems as though we are all have faith in the Orthodox tradition in this chat here. But like, how did we gain faith in that? Because I wasn't raised cradle Orthodox.
Well, I think faith, wouldn't you think it's a gift? Faith? Like, this is the thing. I think, like, that's what I said about the spiritual lives.
It is, but you can gain that gift through intellectual inquiry. It's not that that's not impossible. Like, and, I think there is a level in modern culture that puts too high an emphasis on the intellect. And I think a lot of that comes from emotional baggage of feeling some hurt from faith traditions. I think that's part of the equation too. But it's not to say
we did talk about earlier, Cassidy. We talked about having a guide, right? Whether that be the scriptures or someone older in the faith, someone who can teach you, right? So, like, I don't think we're advocating for like a flying by the seat of your pants, going with your gut, but I think at least I'm trying to weigh a little heavier on that side because it's completely gone. Like, it's completely lost. Like, if I didn't have faith in the outcome of my sweater, I would never knit. And I think that's where a lot of people are. They just don't, right? They just don't take the step because they don't think that the thing that they're going to do is going to become anything.
Right.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just saying I know a lot of atheists, agnostics, non-believers. It isn't the most helpful thing when they have such little trust in the faith to say, just have faith. It's not helpful because some of their questions are important. I think sometimes people approach it with emotion and then it's not helpful to have a conversation. But there are helpful there are helpful things to be gained from asking the question, well, what is the difference between Islam, Mormonism, Orthodoxy, or even the different traditions? I do think we do it wrong, but those aren't bad questions. I mean, like, and I think for someone, say like T-Grog, who doesn't have faith in a God at all, I don't think the question is, I don't think it's going to be helpful to say, well, you just have to have faith and trust the system. I think you kind of have to question this sense of,
No, I don't think that's what we're saying.
How do we, I'm not, that's not my accusation. I'm just saying that's how I think it might be being perceived. And taking a step.
Right.
Hold on, let me finish. Take a step further back and say, okay, well, where do you think religion comes from? I was just listening to Nathan Jacobs have a conversation about this with Father Stephen Dion, where he would talk about how he taught world religions when he was at Kentucky State, I think. And he would ask everybody, where do you think religions came from? And they would say, oh, well, I think it was just, stupid people who didn't know what we know about science and so they thought, oh, some guy's just throwing lightning bolts and that's how we're going to describe all of this. And then after they kind of let them get all their ideas about where religion came from, he goes, okay, next question. Has anybody seen a ghost? And the room goes silent. And then eventually one person gets the courage to raise their hand and go, well, actually, which opens the door to say the whole class, about 90% of them, themselves or their friends, having some experience of something beyond the veil. And then he opens the question, okay, so maybe it's the case that we just made up all the stuff about religion, or is there a possibility that the stuff about religion came from experiences that were actually participated in the world? And if you can get that question and find a genuine curiosity with that, it opens the door to this idea of faith and how do we have a conversation about that?
I don't disagree with you at all, and I think
No, me either.
a lot of people that will attract them, but I think there's the kind who they're not interested. They don't want it, and for whatever the reason, I mean, I can speculate why someone would not want to have faith, because I didn't for years, so I understand that. But what the alcoholic stuff, what they say is like, why would somebody who, you know, their idol is alcohol, their solution is alcohol, why would they ever want to like throw their life preserver away and just drown in the ocean? You know, of course they're going to hold on to it. So they have faith that they can quit and that they should quit and their life will actually improve, only because it's like they've exhausted everything else. So they hit rock bottom or this or that. And so plenty of people come to the faith because they've exhausted everything else.
Yeah.
And, you know, and it's like, that works. You know, I don't like the idea. It's like, you don't have to hit rock bottom. Like when people can say you hit rock bottom when you decide to stop digging, you know? And, so, you know, maybe some people who are like, have a lower tolerance for pain, you know, like they go to a lecture like that and the guy talks about, you know, well, have you ever seen a ghost? And they're just like, well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'm open-minded enough to that. I think maybe I'll give it a try and see how it goes. And for others, they're like, no. And then like their wife leaves them, their job fires them, they get a skin disease, you know, like they get arrested, but they didn't even commit the crime. And it's just like, they're like, they've got nothing. And it's like, well, maybe they're like, well, there's people in my situation who are trying to help me and they're thinking about me and they're giving to others. How are they doing that? Because my life sucks, their life sucks, but I'm miserable and they're not miserable. What's their secret? And then maybe they'll become open-minded then. And it's like, you know, I'm not going to try to use my intellect to do apologetics to win people like T-Rock over. It's like, let the Holy Spirit do it, you know, and maybe he's never going to make it. Maybe he doesn't need to. What do I know? But it's just like, I thought it was a great question. How do people come to faith? How did I come to faith? I can't explain it. It's just something that's been happening. A lot of it has not been my doing. I've done a lot in my life. I've set lots of goals and worked towards these things. And, you know, a lot of it did happen. A lot of it didn't happen. I know the difference between, you know, me being kind of like pulled in a direction and me pushing my way into a direction. And like, I'm fucking praying in front of an icon 5 times a day. What the hell is going on? That's not, this isn't some like, envisioning and goal setting of mine. That's not what's going on here. So whatever. And you know, I think, you know, like the Richard Dawkins, Alex O'Connor kind of people, they're probably going to have to go through something like me, and maybe they never will, you know, whatever. I know I need to repent, and I'm not so concerned about much more than that.
Yeah.
You know, so anyway.
It does come down to that. You can point and talk and point and talk and point and talk. And eventually you have to have your own experience, and something wakes you up, and something calls you, and you respond and you start moving. And then
Jonathan made a good point.
Right? So
Jonathan made a good point yesterday about caring, right? That there is caring involved in the thing that you trust. You trust something because it matters, right?
Yes.
It matters to you, and of course that's an interesting play on words, right? Because the trust itself is not something you can hold, but
yeah, I like that. It matters.
Yeah, this is McGilchrist's whole recent, 2-volume book, The Matter with Things, right? And it's just interesting. I don't think I was indoctrinated as a child, and that's why I have faith. It was because, it was actually, I had a terrible experience as a child with Christians, happening to be my parents, actually. And it was when they became Christians that everything got so bad. But I had an experience previous to that was a gift. It was a gift from God, and this is why the scripture talks about faith as a gift from God, as grace, right? It's something that's given to you. I understand Cassidy's point, that you can intellectually inquire, but at some point, at some given point, you have to realize that now you're. It's like Desmond talks about climbing the ladder of rationality until you poke your head through into a world that is irrational, right? But that doesn't mean that it's false. Irrationality is not something that is false. It is something that is complex, which is what Steve was talking about before. It's not complicated. It's complex. Complex is an interacting, dynamical system that appears chaotic, but it is not. It's actually an incredibly beautiful pattern, right? It's just that we don't see it with these eyes. And that's what Eckhart's talking about when he says, if you're looking at something and you see something, it's not God you're looking at, right? Because we can't see the pattern underneath of a chaotic, dynamical system. We just don't. It's not possible.
Right.
That's what God is. He's a complex, dynamical system. If you want to put it in scientific terms, it's relationality, right? That's what relationality is. It's a complex, dynamical system, and it's irrational to our eyes and random.
Right. So I'll bring my work into this again. I work at a custom fabrication shop. The results of what we output every day are chaotic. And there's no amount of filtering. Like if you try to take instead of looking at daily, you look at weekly, or if you try to look at monthly instead of weekly, you try to look at yearly instead of monthly, the variance never goes away. You cannot filter out the variance. The variance goes up and down. If you look at the output of one person, there's variance. If you look at the output of 10 people and add it together, there's variance. And the scale of that variance stays the same no matter which level you look at, which means it's a chaotic system. Now, it is deterministic. It's deterministic yet unpredictable. This broke me out of determinism. This broke me out of materialism to learn that a chaotic system is deterministic, which means we know the inputs, but we don't know the outputs, and we never will. And no amount of modeling will ever give us how many we're going to ship next week and when this one is going to ship, because there's too many variables to account for, right? Because and the reason this is because we're building something that's never been built before, so we don't know how long it's going to take, so we don't have completely accurate estimates. Then I give it to somebody, and if I give it to this person, it takes 1 hour. If I give it to this person, it takes 5 hours. I cannot know ahead of time which one is going to do the work. Then there are times where our shop is very busy, and so things wait on the floor because they're waiting in line to be next. There are other times where the shop is not busy, and so things move from person to person very quickly. So I can't predict how long something's going to be on the floor. So you add all these things together, and you can't predict it. Rationality doesn't work. Your statistical tools don't work. Your pattern recognition doesn't work. I did a mathematical analysis. I had 10 years of data from 7 different very large pipe fabrication shops. excellent data set, right? I did all this analysis, and what I found out was when they said, how many are you going to ship next week? The answer was between 60 and 120, and I'm 80% sure of that. And that's as good as it gets. That's mathematically true. But your rationality, is that the answer you want? No. Is that the answer that your science tells you you should have? No. But that's what it is. That's as good as it gets. There's too much. Chaos doesn't mean irrational. Doesn't mean not real. It's very real, but it's not rational.
It's real, but you can't see it.
Yeah, you can't see the pattern. You can't. No, there's no pattern.
You don't see the pattern.
There's a variance. There's a range of like 90% of the time it's going to be between these numbers. 80% of the time it's going to be between these numbers. 40% of the time. That's it. That's as good as it gets.
God is simple, rational, perfect, and rational. This is why Jesus is called the Logos. The Logos means the word, right?
Logos doesn't mean rational.
Words are not sufficient for explanation. That's the comment right above the one that I just highlighted here. Okay? So, like, words are spoken by people. People are complex, right? Yeah. They're not, and words fail. Like, that's what this conversation is doing. It's failing because we're talking about real, you're talking about real, we're talking about God, you're talking about God. Those words are all the same, but they don't mean the same things to the people in this conversation.
Right.
At all, actually. Right. Not one iota.
To bring since we're throwing around Greek terms.
Not one tittle and not one jot.
Since we're throwing around old English terms, no, I don't know what to say. This reality we're pointing at is orthogonal to the propositional, chartable, mappable, countable world. It's orthogonal, but it's not incoherent.
Well,
right? Irrational doesn't mean incoherent. That's the thing that I want to say. Okay, go ahead.
Let me just throw a bomb out into the chat.
Okay.
If T. Grog was as rational as he thinks he is, then he would never hate. Because hate is not rational. He would only love because love is the only thing that is rational. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and the other thing is none of us are rational about everything. No one is. Like, you don't go to your sock drawer in the morning and do a cost benefit analysis or a pro con list of which pair of socks you should pull out of the drawer. You don't go to your cabinet and do a nutritional analysis compared to your metabolism for the last 24 hours on what you should grab out of the fridge. This is insane. Like, you would go crazy if you tried to live that way. No one lives that way, but they pretend that they do. And whenever you're not, they go, well, if you did more, it would be better. Would it? Would it be better to sit down and do a nutritional analysis and analyze and be monitoring my blood glucose and monitoring my macronutrients in my blood all the time to decide if I should have a cereal or if I should have a sandwich? And they don't even know the answer to that because they hide it because they get paid not to tell you.
Yeah, I know, but we're getting there. This is transhumanism, right? We just have to tweak every aspect of our physical existence, and then everything will be perfect.
Right.
And we'll have no more wars. We'll monitor our hormones. We'll keep everyone. I watched. Who sent that to me now? I think it was RJ. Sent me this incredible video. You know what? Maybe I should just play it. It's 20 minutes. I got about 20 minutes left.
Okay.
It's
I need to get going. But.
It's a hang on, let me just see if I can find it. It's a short story written by who wrote Fahrenheit. What's his name?
Oh, Ray Bradbury?
No.
Fahrenheit 451?
Was that Ray? That wasn't Ray Bradbury,
Yeah,
was it?
yeah. He wrote Fahrenheit 451.
Okay, I got the wrong author then. Hang on. Oops. I can't talk and type at the same time. Here we go. Here it is. Kurt Vonnegut. That's who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Kurt. All right. Now I just have to figure out how to do this again. Hang on. I'm going to go here. Video file. Nope. That's not the one. Present. Is it this one? Yep. What the heck? Oh, it's here. Share screen. All right. Here we go. Okay. You can see that?
Yep.
Okay.
The year was 2081, and everyone was finally equal. They weren't only equal before God and the law, you see. They were equal every which way. Nobody was smarter than anybody else. Nobody was better looking than anybody else. Nobody was stronger or quicker than anybody else. And all this equality was due to the 211th, 212th, and 213th Amendments to the Constitution, and to the unceasing vigilance of the United States Handicapper General. The strong wore weights to make them weaker. The intelligent wore earpieces that kept them from taking unfair advantage of their brains. Even the beautiful sometimes wore masks in situations where their beauty might simply be too distracting. It was the golden age of equality. Some things about living still weren't quite right, though. April, for instance, continued to drive people crazy by not quite being springtime. And it was in that clammy month that the HG men came to take George and Hazel Bergeron's son, Harrison, away.
You were fixing the TV, dear. I bet that was a real pretty dance, that dance she just did.
Huh?
That dance, I bet it was nice. Ooh, what was it this time?
Loud. Same as last time.
Sounded a little like somebody hitting a milk bottle with a ball peen hammer from here. It must be very interesting to hear all the different sounds, all the things they think up.
It isn't.
Only if I was the handicapper general, you know what I'd do? I'd have chimes on Sunday. Just chimes, kind of in honor of religion.
Yeah, I could think straight if it was just chimes.
Well, then maybe I'd make them real loud then. I think I'd make a good handicapper general.
You would.
Boy, that one was a doozy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You seem distracted, hon. What are you thinking about?
I don't know. Can't keep it straight in my head, but something.
You must be tired. Why don't you stretch out on the sofa so you can rest your handicaps on the pillows? You're always so worn out. If there was just some way we could lighten...
There isn't.
I'm not saying all the time. I'm just saying maybe when you're sitting around the house.
Hazel, if I take them off, I'm going to want to keep them off. And we both know how you would feel about that.
I'd hate it.
So, nothing to be done then.
We interrupt our broadcast of the National Ballet's Sleeping Beauty for important breaking news.
No, I don't understand why they'd interrupt such a nice ballet just to tell us the same old news.
Well, what does it matter if they're just showing the same old ballet?
Good evening. We've just received a warning from the handicap
That's all right, he tried. That's the important thing. I think he should get a nice big raise for trying so hard. Well, I think I'll get started with the dishes.
Good evening. We've just received warning from the Office of the Handicapper General that suspected anarchist Harrison Bergeron has escaped from custody. Arrested 6 years ago for propagandist vandalism, broadcast piracy, refusal to report for his quarterly handicapping evaluations, and for the blatant removal of his handicaps in a public place, Mr. Bergeron had been awaiting trial in a maximum security prison here in Washington, D.C., when he miraculously disappeared from his cell earlier this evening. Please be advised that Bergeron is a genius and an athlete, is under-handicapped, and is considered to be extremely dangerous. If you see this man, please contact your local authorities immediately. Thank you.
from around the world. May I have your attention, please? There's a bomb beneath this theater, and there's a detonator in my hand. So, I strongly suggest that you remain in your seats. Now, my apologies for interrupting this evening's entertainment. Hopefully I can provide you with some of my own. My name is Harrison Bergeron. I am a fugitive and a public threat. I am an abomination of the able. I am an exception to the accepted. I am the greatest man you have never known. And for the last 6 years, I have been held prisoner by the state, sentenced without trial to torture without end. They had hoped to destroy in me any trace of the extraordinary. And in time, I came to share that hope. But the extraordinary, it seems, was simply out of their reach. So now I stand before you today, beaten, hobbled, and sickened, but sadly, not broken. And I say to you that if it is greatness we must destroy, then let us drag our enemy out of the darkness where it has been hiding. Let us shine a light so that at last all the world can see.
Position in the northeast corridor. Units A and D in position on the northwest stairwell. Unit F holding position outside the northwest balcony. Unit C approaching the catwalk.
Copy that. Unit E, what's your status?
Stand by. We're gonna need a little more time.
And now, for my next trick, I'm gonna need a volunteer. No one? Come now. Perhaps one of you. Music.
reporting. The bomb has been disarmed. Repeat, the bomb has been disarmed.
Copy that. Central, kill the broadcast.
Enough. Just you.
This is Central. Confirm we are broadcast start. You are cleared to proceed.
Copy that. All units, stand by for entry.
That one sounded kind of like a gunshot. Hun, you look upset. What's wrong?
I don't know. Something sad. The television.
Well, you should forget sad things anyway. I always do. Gee, I could tell that one was a doozy.
You can say that again.
Gee, I could tell that one was a doozy.
It's a great short story as well.
Yeah, and the only reason I heard about it was I posted it on the Girl Country Discord as a clip from Jordan Peterson. He recently read it. I mean, well, he read it a long time ago, but he reposted it. His clip of him reading it on his channel. It's not on Eclipse channel. It's on his. And then I posted it on Girl Country, and then RJ sent me the video, and I'm like, oh, this is so much better. Is that what that, am I gonna? I hope not. Yeah, see, this is what I don't know about. I don't know anything about YouTube. Oh, well, Nate will let me know if we get a copyright.
If it gets blocked, then that just means it was a special event for everyone who was here to see it.
That's right. I won't do it again, I promise. But it's one of those things that you just have to see, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. You know, I never noticed that, Jeremy.
Oh. Yeah, well, my favorite part of that whole rendition of it was when she said, I think I would make a good what was it, restraint general or whatever it was called.
Yeah, handicapper general.
Yeah, handicapper general. And he goes, you would.
Yeah.
As someone who's been married for a long time, that one hit a little different than it did when I saw it when I was 18, you know. I read that story when I was 18.
And it somehow felt like a throwback to the Devouring Mother.
Yeah.
Right, like the handicapper general is a woman as well, right?
Yeah.
So, man, just watching it the second time, so many things were going through my mind. You know, just the whole you know, what is dance, what is music, what is freedom. Yeah, man, Kurt Vonnegut, he just hit on so many beautiful things in a short period of time.
Yeah. Well, and then the whole move was to reveal the brutality, right? Like he lifted the curtain so that people could see the intention of the people who are doing these things, you know.
Yeah.
But yet their system was so locked down that the people who witnessed it still couldn't comprehend what they witnessed, you know. It was like affecting them in the moment, but then it was lost.
Yeah. Well, all we can do is sow seeds, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. You try to point at it. That's all you can do.
Well, on that note, folks, thanks for joining us. That was the reason I shared that video, was because this is what rationality will do to the world. Just so you know.
Yeah. Well, and so to tie on to your devouring mother too, this just came to mind. So the pattern to the response, the archetypical response to the devouring mother is the vengeful son, right?
Oh,
but
right.
that's not what we saw here.
No.
It was not vengeful son. It was self-sacrifice son.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's no coincidence that he has a yoke on his shoulders, right?
No.
And it's the through the self-sacrifice, you're revealing the devouring mother.
Right.
That's the Christian answer
Oh,
to the
God.
devouring mother. It's
Mhm.
not the Christian answer is not the vengeful son. The Christian answer is dying for the love of your friend, you know, dying for the love of your brother, right?
And this is the myth of Lilith, but it's also the George MacDonald version of Lilith. This is what Lilith does. She devours her own children, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Hi, RJ. I probably just got us copyright striked or whatever that is. I shared the Harrison Bergeron short film that you shared with me. Yeah, man, that's a conversation that we need to talk about, because this is the contrast between Mary, the Virgin, and the Whore of Babylon, right?
As far as the devouring mother goes versus the
Yeah,
nurturing mother, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and also but the other part of that is the vengeful son versus the self-sacrificing son, right? That's because we're on the cusp of the vengeful son. We are at that precipice, and now is the time where the Christians need to stand up. And it's not Christian nationalism.
No.
It's those who are willing to sacrifice to reveal the brutality of, you know, like the lives of the martyrs. I mean, the deaths of the martyrs, I should say. The deaths of the martyrs is what overthrew the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
It's not. It wasn't a counter-revolution that overthrew the Soviet
Yeah, it
Union.
was exactly what the film portrays. It was just a useless, horrible death inflicted by the state, right?
Right.
People were like, wait a minute. I think Desmond talks about that in terms of how things started to flip in the Czech Republic as well. It was some kind of a rock band that wanted to give a concert, and I don't remember the outcome of the concert. They gave the concert anyways, even though they were forbidden. And it was just like, it just woke everybody out of the hypnosis.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
and that's also why art and literature and, you know, poetry, all that gets censored, right? Filmmaking, it all gets controlled and censored because, well, for the same reasons that the film portrays, because it's going to bring people an intangible that they can't explain rationally. It's going to bring them that, you know, Wendell Berry talks about those, right? The intangibles, like the things that you can't hold. And that's what I was trying to get at with what's the thing that holds your marriage together? Do you keep it on a shelf in a little box? Do you take it out and, you know, shine it out? Like, those are the intangibles. And those are the things that keep people alive. Actually, I mean, living, not as, like, you know, in contrast to when Jesus says to the guy, let the dead bury the dead. Think about that in terms of that short film. Yeah. Anyway, wish everybody a great Saturday and a great Sunday too. You too, Jeremy.
Thank you. Same to you. We'll be talking on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm
We're
excited.
going to talk about Father Roman Braga. You still want to do that? Since we're getting copyright strikes, do you want to keep? going
I
down
wonder
that
if we just show clip after clip after clip, would that?
Yeah, and then just like comment on it between. I don't know. It's
We can
hard
do
to
that.
say.
We'll try that because we've
Okay.
got something planned, and oh well, maybe this was our testing.
Oh, good point. There you go. We'll see what happens, I guess. All right. Well, the plan is not what will happen necessarily. So
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll make a plan, but adjust it if we need to. So.
Nate will have to let me know. I'll have to send him a note, tell him I did a bad thing on his channel. Anyway, all right. Thanks everybody for joining us. Bye, guys.